Doki doki ooh woo, all my heart's for you, my wonderful fiance, Seamus.
It's not this, is it? Oh, there it is. Hello, friends! We did it. One minor technical difficulty later. It wasn't showing up in my device list as the way it normally does, so I had to figure it out. Of course, OBS forgot the microphone. This happens sometimes. Congratulations to Sparkly for being the official first. Ben is the official second. And Kissy is the official third. I'm sorry, Seamus, you didn't make the list today. You didn't make the list today. Congratulations, you guys. Hello, Seamus. Hello, Patrick. Hello, Red Wing. Welcome in. How is everybody doing today? I hope you have had a absolutely fantastic weekend and that, you know, the work week doesn't end up being too hard after it. Yay, indeed. Really? Already, Hera? We are not that far into stream. She's just so insistent. Oh my gosh, it has been so long since we've been in the kitchen, you guys. It's been so long since I baked anything. We kind of had that hiccup where tech just didn't want to work. The internet didn't want to behave. I was stuttering after camp. Before camp, I was just burnt out and busy. It just, the stars did not align until today. And originally, I wanted to come back with the item that I had planned on making before I left for camp, which was the angel food tunnel cake. But we just have too much beer in the fridge right now to put a cake in there. And the angel food cake does have to be refrigerated because A, it's going to have a whipped cream topping for its frosting, and B, there's gonna be jello in the center of it. So if it's not in the fridge, it's just gonna melt everywhere and it's gonna be real bad. Real bad, real fast. Hi, Hera, I got to make your presence known. Don't worry, she will. She's crying at my feet right now. Like, Mama, why won't you pick me up? I made it back from church just in time to watch stream with one of my sweetest friends, Patrick. You are too kind. You are too kind. Yeah, and the second reason why I decided on cookies today instead of the angel food cake, I'm out of practice streaming my baking, and I know that probably sounds like a little silly, but this is a whole different flow from sitting and streaming a game. And I gotta get my feet wet again. I gotta get my feet wet again. So we're going to be making cookies that a lot of you have been requesting. They are fan favorites. So today we are gonna make Snickerdoodles and we are gonna make chocolate chip cookies. I'm making a single batch of Snickerdoodles because Seamus and I are a little snickerdoodled out. So I'm only making enough to be able to really send them to the people who've wanted them. And then chocolate chips, we haven't had a lot of them recently. We want those, so there will be 2 batches of chocolate chips. So 1 batch of Snickerdoodles and 2 batch of chocolate chips. And all of the recipes are in the Discord if you need them. Or, in the case of the chocolate chips, it's also on the back of the Nestle Toll House chip bags. I always thought it was my mom's recipe, and no, in fact, she got it off of the back of the bag, and all she did was convert from butter to Crisco, and I have swapped back from Crisco to butter, because I prefer butter. Although I did almost hurt myself at church because the guest, they had made a joke that made me laugh so hard I almost banged my head on the pew in front of me. Oh my gosh, Patrick. Well, at least it was from something silly and not like, you know, your wheelchair hitting a banana peel or something. Could have been worse. Could have been way worse. So, the Snickerdoodles are the ones that I am a little bit of a snot about. I go on this rant pretty much every time I make Snickerdoodles. I'm going to tell you this right now. These are not the Snickerdoodles that you are accustomed to seeing at commercial locations. I am fully convinced that the Snickerdoodles you get at a commercial location are just your basic sugar cookie rolled in cinnamon sugar. They are not the same. These are way better. They are way better. In my opinion, Snickerdoodles should be relatively flat. They should have cracks in the surface. They should be just a little bit chewy, ideally. Unfortunately, they do, I have noticed, they get stale a little quick. So if you ever receive these and they seem a little stale, if you just put them in a container with like a piece of bread for an hour, they'll come right back to life. But they're not supposed to be thick. They're not supposed to be hard as a rock. And they're not supposed to be cakey. I've had all sorts of Snickerdoodles and they all feel wrong. So these ones, in my opinion, are the correct ones, but I am aware now that there's like 4 or 5 different recipes for these. But let me tell you what, mine is the correct recipe because I said so. Clearly I have the authority for that. I have to switch. Hang on. Ugh. We had a beautiful rainstorm. It cooled the air off and I was trying to suck air in with the fan. And now the sun is out and the temperature is skyrocketing, so I need to switch the fan back to exhaust. They are super yummy. They are. They're supposed to be almost thin and crispy, but not quite. Exactly, Red Wing, exactly. And I've had them in a multitude of ways that's not that. That's not that. So we're gonna make them the right way. If you took my suggestion and you have the ingredients, this will be a great bake along because stream is in real time. So that makes it very easy for, as I am working on something, you can be working on something. And since I get caught up in the chatter, that'll slow me down and give you time to keep up. Because I do know because I have a lot of practice, I tend to go a little faster than some people. That's also partly why I picked 2 kinds of cookies, aside from the fact that Seamus and I are snickerdoodled out at this point. We need variety in our life, is I can bake really fast. And the speed of my baking on stream depends entirely on the chattiness of everybody who's come to hang out. I have no preference either way. If you want to be chatty, I am happy to chat along with you and talk stories and stuff. And if you just want to chill and vibe and maybe use it for co-working or whatever and chat is quiet, that's fine too. I have no preference. I just appreciate everybody who chooses to come out and hang with me. So for Snickerdoodles, you are going to need a cup of shortening, which is just Crisco or lard or fat. You can probably substitute butter if you're in a country that doesn't have shortening. I've never tried it. I can't guarantee it, but usually shortening and butter is a 1-to-1 ratio swap. So a cup of shortening, 1.5 cups of sugar, just plain granulated, 2 teaspoons of cream of tartar, half a teaspoon of salt, 2 eggs, ideally large, 2 cups of flour, and 1 teaspoon of baking soda. So that is the recipe for Snickerdoodles. Very, very simple, not a lot of ingredients, which I also appreciate. I also appreciate that. I have my beautiful stand mixer. I know not everybody does. I'm not, oh gosh. Stephen Norhani, thank you so much for the biddies. Hopefully I said your name right. I really appreciate that. Welcome in. How are you today? How are you doing? Sounds good. They're delicious. They're delicious. Not included on the top of the recipe is the cinnamon that you're gonna need for coating these. Because how much cinnamon sugar coating you make is entirely up to you. I find that 1 batch is not quite enough, so I usually do 1.5 per batch of Snickerdoodles. Waiting for some cookies. Oh yeah, cookies are delicious. What kind of cookies are you waiting for? Are you waiting for these? All right, so we start by beating together the shortening, the sugar, and the eggs. I start with the shortening and the sugar, and I add the eggs after, personally. Which is hilarious because usually I'm queen throw as much stuff in the bowl as I can and mix it all at once. But I find that getting the shortening and the sugar combined is easier if the eggs are not in there yet. Ugh. So that's how I do it. That's how I do it. I should get about 5 dozen. You know what's not on screen right now? The cookie baked total. I'll have to fix that in a minute. I took that off because we were going to be doing a cake and I never turned it back on because I am silly. And I'm out of practice with doing the baking streams. That can just sit there for a minute. I need 1.5 cups of sugar. Creaming sugar and any type of fat is easier to do for putting things in. Yeah, it really is, Red Wing. You can do it by just putting them all in together all at once, but it is definitely easier if you get the first 2 combined and then add in the third. No, I do not care that this is a liquid measure. It measures. We are a little bit of an unconventional baker, but that's because I'm a home baker. I have no formal training. This is fine. That's 1.5. In it goes. In it goes. There we go. Latched. Let that cream. Let that cream. And while that does that, I can open up Firebot. What is the command that I need to zero those out? Wow. I didn't give it a tag, so I can't easily find it. Good job, me. Good job. Should be near the bottom. I should fix that. I think it's this one. It is. It is that command. Okay. It's definitely not worth that much. That will do that, and then I should... There we go. I did it. I put it on. That looks good. Yeah, this is a very basic KitchenAid. I've had it for years now, but I'm going to ballpark the price new. If you were to buy this new, probably around $250 to $300 USD. It's not super expensive. Now, if you wanted to get a really good industrial grade one, you could be upwards of $500 or $600. And if you were going super, super, super professional, yeah, you could pay a couple thousand. But the ones that are going to cost you a couple thousand are the ones that can take like 50 pounds of sugar at a time and are doing massive bulk baking. I'm not doing quite that much baking. Sometimes it seems like it, but I'm not. All right, we need 2 eggs, and I've been having problems with my eggs recently where it seems like at least 1 out of every carton ends up being kind of not good. So I am cracking into a separate dish before putting into my bowl, just in case. Because I don't want to crack into my bowl and then the second egg, like either egg, but definitely not the second egg with how much a dozen eggs cost these days, ends up being the yucky one. Because all of them will be fine except one. And the one that isn't fine is like bright green and it's just starting to smell off. And I don't know why it is that I just get like 1 in every batch. Maybe there's more and Seamus is just eating them, not caring. Because Seamus really likes to make hash and eggs. So he uses the bulk of the eggs. You'd think it would be me baking, but it's not. It's Seamus eating them. Which is fine. Eggs are good for you. Okay, both of these are good. But he could be getting the ones that I'm rejecting, and to him, they're fine. Let's be honest, if I bought one, I'd probably only use it once. Oh, geez. Yeah, if you would only use it once, like an electric hand mixer is a way better investment. And I started with that here in this apartment. Just a little electric doodad. Because if you don't need a full-blown stand mixer, no point in having it. I, however, do enough baking to quantify it. Let's get that mixed. Also, Seamus and I have not had a chance yet to sit down and diagnose why overhead cam doesn't want to work. So no overhead cam today. We're going to try to get to it this week. We're going to try to get to it this week. Got a nice creamy liquid. I say liquid, but it's a batter. It's just soft and fluid-like. Whack it off. Okay, next up. Sift together flour, cream of tartar, baking soda, and salt. Stir into the mixture. So what I like to do, we need 2 cups. We're just going to use this then. I will put it all into my measuring cup, and then I use a little crank sifter. I will sift it into the bowl. I personally don't want to have to wash as many dishes because that is where we wash the dishes, right? There is no dishwasher down here. I or Seamus have to wash them, so if I don't dirty a bowl, we don't have to wash the bowl. It's moist enough for the dry ingredients. Exactly. You are the dishwasher. Sometimes. Sometimes I do it myself. Okay, so 2 cups of flour. I have to show you guys this. So I was baking for camp. I made like 20 dozen cookies for camp off stream. And I went to open this bag, and like King Arthur did such a good job of gluing it that this is how it opened. This is my opening. Like, King Arthur, I appreciate your dedication to making sure your bags are sealed. We might be able to tone it down just a little bit. So we're gonna carefully pour this in here. I've decanted most of it into my glass container, but what's left in here, what didn't fit, is what we can use to start. That's the end of that. Yeah, you can see what was on the outside of it. Just get this more or less off of my counter, my island here, my very limited space. So we got about a cup. Knivex, you're streaking. You stole a cookie, my goodness. Hi, Van Drondevarg. How are you guys? Welcome in. Seamus actually doesn't like batter, Red Wing. Hi, Carrie. How are you? Welcome in. Normally, I would just like tip this and pour, but it is so tall, I'm just gonna get a spoon. I don't want to make, like, I'm okay with making a mess, but sometimes I don't have a scoop for this, by the way. I should someday get a flour scoop. I just haven't been bothered to find one that will both fit the mouth opening of my jar and that I feel is suitable. That's 2 cups. Ideally, you would weigh this. Ideally, this would all be in weight because flour changes volume based on humidity. When it's more humid, it'll like compact easier, and when it's dry, it's fluffier. So weight will always remain the same, but level, the height will not, which is why it's better to weigh your flour than to just measure it. However, I'm a filthy American, so I just measure it. Give it away, give it away, give it away, and have a knife X. As a kid, it was almost deathmatch time for the bat. Yeah. When I was a kid, licking the bowl was my favorite thing too, Red Wing. And when I was about 5 or 6 years old, I was making brownies with my mother. And she normally would always, at the very end, give us a spoon and the bowl, and my sister and I got to have the batter. My sister was not baking with us at this time. I don't remember if she was over at a friend's house, if she just didn't want to be bothered. Regardless, it was just me. Because it was a bowl like this. My mother scraped that bowl so clean that there was nothing in there for me. Like, I couldn't even swipe a finger and get a lick. There was nothing. I was devastated. That was the day my childhood innocence kind of died, because I thought that it was just a natural part of baking that you got to lick the bowl. It was not. My mother had been graciously leaving behind batter for us kids until that day, because I apparently was old enough. I was so sad I accused her of it. And she's like, I didn't realize you loved it so much. Oh, Mom. Oh, Mom. Salt, baking soda. Need the teaspoon and the half teaspoon. The teaspoon and the half teaspoon. So we need 1 teaspoon of salt. No, half a teaspoon of salt. I almost lied to you guys. I was doing the ADHD thing with my reading, where I was looking at one thing and reading the other, and my brain and such wasn't catching up. Half a teaspoon of salt, teaspoon of baking soda. Beautiful. And then it wants these sifted. This is my sifter. I have a sieve, the one that's like a big bowl and you can shake it. I've tried it. I like this better. I'm all rightish. Also good pronunciation, but if it's easier, you can just say Varg. I will probably switch back and forth between them. I'm not gonna lie to you. It'll be whatever my brain catches first. If you would prefer I just call you Varg, though, let me know, because I can also force my brain to more or less do that. You haven't seen a sifter like that since you were a kid, Nivex? Yeah, this is my preferred sifter. They still manufacture them new. I think for a lot of people, this is the preferred sifter. I'm not gonna lie. It's just simple. Takes up less space. My grandpa would give us each a spoonful of frosting after icing any birthday cakes, we called it, making sure it was fit for human consumption, Red Wing. You gotta make sure it's fit for human consumption. Doesn't matter to you? Okay. Now, you can buy splash guards. I refuse to buy an extra piece. But my motor starts too fast. All of this flour will come back up in my face if I don't just, holding this by hand, give it a quick pre-mix to get the flour really down in there. It won't be fully mixed, but it helps. You only spray yourself with flour like 3 times before you just default do that. There is no such thing as it's good enough with this. No. I tried it in a couple different scenarios, and every single time it was... All right. I'm going to give it a scrape, and then I'm going to give it one more mix just to make sure that there's nothing stuck on the bottom and there's nothing stuck on the sides. Because we don't want that. We don't want weird flour streaks in our cookies. We want glorious, beautiful, well-mixed cookies. Yeah, delicious. scrape off this spatula. And then whack it off some. Listen, baking out of context sounds horribly inappropriate. I've come to accept that fact, okay? I have come to accept that fact. That'll do it. Beautiful. Phone watching at husband's music group. Oh, have fun, Carrie. Metal sifters are the best, Red Wing. I agree. I agree. Okay, go in the bowl. In the bowl. Yeah, and this is, you know what else I realized? Just based on people actually asking me about this, I've realized how much people really enjoy the baking content. It's so weird to me because I started the baking content just as kind of a Christmas cookie special, and I didn't even do all of my Christmas cookies when I first started. I did the ones that I felt confident in sharing, and then the other ones I just did on my own. And then Glay one day was like, hey, why don't you do more of that? It was fun. And I was like, I don't know, I guess. So I did. You guys really picked up on it. And then I had last month where I couldn't get to it. And I was like, it'll be fine, you know. No biggie. People like my other content too. And it's not that you don't like my other content. It's just that I didn't realize how much you guys would miss the baking. And there's just something kind of nice about that. To know that the baking is that appreciated. So thank you guys for really enjoying this content, because I enjoy making it. I really do. Even if I can't 100% guarantee how long a baking stream will go, because it is what it is. How long does it take me to make the thing? Sometimes it's 8 hours, sometimes it's 2. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. They play I crochet it out. Absolutely, Carrie. Absolutely. You appreciate the cookies, Seamus? I bet. I bet you do. All right, I'm just going to scrape it all to the center because that'll be easier for the words, the cookie scoop. It was a case of I could picture the item, I couldn't say the word. Every now and then that happens. Okay, we've got one nice ball. This dough, I will say, this dough on its own has very little flavor. It's not a super flavorful dough. It's not supposed to be. The flavor comes from the cinnamon and sugar on the top. So I know I'm gonna need at least some of this again. It's just gonna sit here. I won't need the cream of tartar. I think I need the baking soda though for chocolate chip cookies. And I am short, so I have a step stool. What? I am in the middle of baking, little girl. You cannot have uppies. I appreciate your insistence. But you cannot have uppies. These are more or less okay. They can sit there. This can go back down here. This is gonna go over here. That's probably gonna get a wash. Hi, May. Welcome in. How are you? She was just perched on your shoulder, Seamus. I love that. Almost to 100. Morton Salt Girl, welcome in. How are you? Oh, you're streaking, Carrie. Let's go. Let's go. I need this. These will have to be washed. These will definitely have to be washed. Yeah, you got a lot to tell me, Hera? You know, your daddy was giving you plenty of love. You could have stayed there. I need cinnamon. I might actually still need the teaspoon. I definitely still need the teaspoon. It's funny that you're here, Morton Salt Girl. Because, indeed, it is the Morton iodized salt. So if you guys didn't know, that's the girl. That's the girl on the container. I don't know how many people use Morton's. I use it because A, I grew up with it, and B, I have Hashimoto's thyroiditis, and having a little bit of extra iodine in my diet really helps with my thyroid function. So using iodized salt is a very smart thing for me. Okay, we need a bowl. Bowl for rolling. For rolling, rolling, rolling. Yeah, Hera. Can you guys see her down there? Yeah. Yeah. Get off of the table. That is not a cat ass spot. Now she's looking back at me like, how dare you yell at me, Mom? Doing great. We ordered a new fridge yesterday. It'll be delivered Tuesday, so have some cleaning to get done. Yeah. Yeah, there's always the cleaning part of it. She is a cutie. She's an incorrigible cutie about the table. She knows better. If I remember right here, it is, 1 tablespoon of sugar to a tablespoon, or let me repeat this. 1 tablespoon of sugar per 1 teaspoon of cinnamon. The recipe specifically calls for 2 and 2. I'm going to do 3 and 3. Like I said, I find that 1 batch isn't quite enough, but 1.5 is gonna be a little too much. I could do 1 1/4, but I don't want to dirty an extra set of measuring spoons. So, she wanted to sit for her award, a cat ass trophy. She really would. You're excited for the new fridge? I believe it. That is on my future wish list, a new fridge. It's not gonna happen for a while, and the only reason is our current fridge still works, so there's no point in replacing it. I just want one that's a little bigger and a little nicer. But I can't justify spending like $600 to $800, whatever it would be for a new fridge, and that's probably lower end, when this one works fine. So 1. I should have kept that spoon. 2. Oh well. Hindsight. There's 3. I may actually have to turn the air conditioner on. I'm getting warm. Thought about it for a while, went to window shop, came home, and then the fridge door is no longer sealing properly. Oh yeah, nope, time for a new one. My fridge died in 2020, so I had to replace it during all the supply chain disruptions. Oh, I bet that wasn't a pleasant experience, Nivex. Oh gosh. No, no, no. That would be mighty awkward. Meanwhile, everything you have is potentially going bad. Nope, don't want that. Don't want that. I will keep these out just in case, but the chances of me actually needing to make more mixture is slim to none. Got one with the freezer on the bottom and a French door top fridge. That's lovely. I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of like having the freezer on the top. So when my parents got a new fridge for their house, and oh my God, that fridge now has to be 20 years old. They got one. Light Raid, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika, but you may also hear me called Sam. I'm a member of Everbright Global Gaming, Set the Tone, and Content Delta stream teams here on Twitch, and a variety streamer who does everything from bake to create to paint her nails and play games. And today we are in the kitchen because we haven't been here for a while and it is time to make cookies. I'm working on Snickerdoodles, but after we're making chocolate chip. Light Wraith, how was your stream? How was Final Fantasy 14? 14. I had to, like, I saw the bottom link preview and I'm like, it could be cutting off that number, but no. Final Fantasy 14. How was it? How did it go? Tell me all about it. Raiders, let me know what your favorite part was. Did Light Wraith do anything silly? Because I bet he did. Did he make funny noises? I must know. And you guys, if you're not following Light Wraith, you should be. He is an amazing individual. He is a teammate of mine on Content Delta, and he's just all around a good human being who deserves more love than he gets. So definitely give him a check, give him a follow. You won't regret it. You're streaking, Light Wraith. Let's go. We've got so many naked people here. We got so many naked people here. And of course, if you have to raid and run, Light Wraith, because I know oftentimes you raid right before you need to eat lunch, please go do your post-stream self-care. Go get food if you need to. I will be here. You are welcome to lurk. You are welcome to chat. You are welcome to step out and come back, like whatever you need to do. Fun times today. We were doing our daily stuff with the community and then catching up on some side story stuff. Let's go. Let's go. That's amazing. That's amazing. All right, that should be good and mixed. I always check. You probably saw me raise it up. Sometimes you can see that there's like caking of cinnamon on the bottom, and that's what I'm looking for. But I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh, right, refrigerators. I was saying, when my parents got a new fridge like 20 years ago, we went from having the freezer being tiny and on the top to having like this big chest freezer that was a drawer that pulled out and then just one opening door on the top for the fridge. And while it's really nice to have a huge freezer in a drawer, it was really awkward if what you wanted was buried in the bottom. And you had to worry about things getting crushed, or if you had like one burger patty left in the box and you were just going to take it out and have the burger patty in its little baggie living in there, it was probably going to do like things do in women's handbags and just migrate to the bottom, even if you tried to put it on the top. And there was no shelf to stop this from happening. We just had like a little hangy dangy for the ice cube trays. So I can confidently say I don't like that style. And I kind of prefer having the freezer up top, since that's what Seamus and I have had this whole time. I kind of like it that way, since cold air sinks, so the chill from the freezer can kind of sort of sink down into the fridge. I prefer it. I prefer it that way. It's a tray. Hangy dangy, that's a technical term. It is a technical term. Hangy dangy is a very technical term, and it is up to, what is the temperature in here? 77. I'm melting. Pardon me for a moment. I'm turning that off. Ugh. I need to back you guys up for a second, because the window is right over here. Yay, cookies! Indeed, sparkly. Ugh! I need to turn the air conditioning unit on. I'm melting. It's too warm. It's too warm to be up and moving around and only have a fan on. That's better. That'll cool it off in here. All right, cookie scoop. I am using a number 70. So you scoop it, and then it's like an ice cream scoop. But we have to roll it. So I get my scoop. This keeps them all like even. I give it a quick roll just to get rid of the flat spot. And then into the cinnamon sugar. That's it. I know I can get 16 per tray, because I've done this a lot. I've done it a lot. Oh, we're gonna get more rain. Not only is it still fairly humid out, but my ears don't want to stay equalized. And my ears, like, I have problems with the inner pressure in them when we're gonna get weather. When the rain will be here, I don't know. But I was having issues with my ears last night, and I'm still having issues with them today. So there's more rain on the way, and I'm okay with this. I like that it drops the temperature. Yeah, it's already back up to 79 degrees outside. It had dropped to like 67-ish, I think. Sun came back out though. Oops, sorry about that. And it just climbs. Just climbs. Oh, I posted about it in Discord, and I posted about it on social media, but if you've noticed, I don't have the vertical thing enabled anymore. I disabled the plugin. I turned off enhanced broadcasting. I think it's doing wonders for my machine's ability to cope. And not for nothing, I wasn't terribly impressed with the experience as a streamer, and I have been very, very unimpressed as the experience as a viewer, as far as going into a chat right now and seeing that giant banner on the top. Because I'm watching on PC, I really don't watch on mobile. But that giant banner is so large on my small monitor where I have Twitch, because it's usually, I'm not glued to Twitch as like, this is what I'm doing, I'm watching Twitch right now and nothing else. I'm usually watching Twitch and getting some other stuff done alongside of it, and whatever I'm doing needs the bigger monitor. So I have, no lie, exactly 2 lines of text that I can see on my small monitor, because you can't minimize that giant banner. It's obnoxious. It covers your, yeah, it does, Seamus. It's so bad. And I appreciate Twitch being like, yeah, you know, if you do a vertical stream, we'll give an extra bonus sub on top of gifts of 5 or more. But for me, who isn't like the Felicia Days or the Ghost Arcades or what have you, like the really big streamers with a lot of notoriety here on Twitch, I might get a gift of 5 subs. So for me, during that promotional period where I am actually streaming and where I might get 1 gift of 5, right? The extra $2.50 for the hassle of having both aspect ratios and my computer struggling and my internet maybe just not behaving for whatever reason, I just was like, this is not worth it. This is just not worth it. So I disabled it. I have no regrets. And me personally, I don't know about anybody else, but me personally, if I'm gonna watch Twitch on my phone, I am looking for somebody I already follow probably. And I mean, I may not be the typical experience. I may not be the standard user that Twitch is trying to do this for. But if I'm going to watch somebody on mobile, once I find them, I'm watching horizontally. I can turn my phone. The promo banner is so obnoxious. Why can't people... Right? Could I just minimize it? That would have been the best button. We have a minimize button for everything else. Just give me the little uptick to minimize it. Would have been great. Would have been a perfect solution. I don't understand why Twitch didn't do that. Because it is really bad. When I was moderating for Barry the other day, Light Wraith, I had to pull Twitch to the forefront because I couldn't do moderator actions with that banner in the way. I couldn't see. I couldn't see what I was doing. That's no way to be when you're supposed to be making sure chat isn't being a giant problematic troll. And we all, any of us who moderate for Barry know how chat can be sometimes. One person decides on a thing and the whole chat takes off and we all of a sudden are like, oh, hey guys, hey, we need to calm down a moment here. We need to breathe. Please breathe. Yeah, so there will be no more vertical aspects for me. I also, and this is a personal preference on the back end, when you stream in dual format as it would turn out, the horizontal aspect of your stream, that VOD will be saved based on your account. So if you have Turbo, have Prime that's connected, or are a partner, you get 60-day storage on your VODs. If you are just an affiliate with none of those things, you get 14-day storage, and everybody else gets 7. Well, regardless of what you get for your horizontal, your vertical aspect only gets 7 days. But it makes it seem with the the way the notice is in the back end where you get to see your VODs to make highlights and stuff, it makes it seem like all of it only has 7 days, and that's driving me crazy to go in and see the warning. And it's like, no, actually, that's just for the vertical aspect that I don't care about. Right, Light Wraith? Yeah, so I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. And like I said, I get it. Twitch is trying to hone in on some of the TikTok market. They're trying to bring some of the TikTokers over to Twitch to watch. And people who are watching on TikTok are used to the vertical aspect because that's all they got. But I feel like Twitch is kind of missing out on a marketing opportunity of your favorite streamers, but horizontal so you can see the whole freaking game. You know? Like, there's a marketing opportunity there, in my opinion. And Twitch they'd rather do mimicry. I don't understand. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm too neurodivergent and I just don't get it. But to me, I'd be marketing my own strength. Okay, there's that. I'm gonna pull this one out. We are gonna be baking these at 400 degrees Fahrenheit, which is like 200 Celsius, for 8 minutes. I'm actually gonna only be baking mine for 6 because I have found that these particular air bake trays cook a little faster. They're really good with the heat dispersal, and I'm actually overcooking the cookies if I don't take 2 minutes off. So I'm gonna go preheat my oven before I start putting this tray together. That way, once I get this tray together, the oven should be just about preheated, and that will allow me to start cycling trays. I'm using EB since the stuff is in beta, and I'm still not sure how I feel about it. Almost like I'd, yeah, be just doing horizontal, but doing both. Yeah, right? And I don't even think I would want to do both over on YouTube. Again, at no point on YouTube have I been watching somebody and said, man, I'd really love to watch this stream, but in vertical format. Because just like on Twitch, on YouTube, I can turn my phone and watch horizontally. I don't see the appeal to watching a stream vertically unless it's, okay, caveat, gameplay doesn't really work vertically. Just chatting works fine. And if we're being completely honest, a good portion probably of what's on TikTok is just chatting style streams. They're not, like, you have gaming streams over there, but I'm going to go out on a limb to say it's not the majority. Why is it 18 plus? Because my channel is 18 plus. I talk about adult topics. We use bad language, and I don't restrict myself to anything else. And it would also be unfair to get a bunch of people in who are under 18 and then get subjected on a Monday or a Friday when I'm playing games in the evening to the horror, the gore, the foul language, the inappropriate comments that definitely happen during that. So my stream in general is 18 plus. We don't talk about age here because as soon as you reveal that you're under 18, by terms of service, I have to have you banned. That's just a thing. It is Twitch law. Hey, Sparkly too. No, Sparta, hello. Yeah, we're fucking baking here. Bean, hello, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, I don't get it either, but I see a huge analytic difference on YouTube if I don't have it. Oh, interesting. They are changing the views. That is true. That is true. Yeah, I'm very curious about how the view changes are gonna alter my own content that I just put up. I haven't actually tried dual streaming both to Twitch and YouTube again, or multi-streaming. It's called multi-streaming. Again, I would have to decide where I would want to stream to. Would I stream to my VOD channel or would I stream to my main channel? Because my VOD channel is just a place where I keep my VODs. Would I only stream like the first half on YouTube and then encourage people to come over to Twitch? Because not for nothing, Twitch is definitely a better live stream experience than YouTube, having been a viewer on both. Twitch has superior live stream viewing experience. And I say, do I only do half of it on YouTube? Because I don't want to get in trouble for saving my VODs over on my VOD channel regardless, and then having YouTube be like, why is the same video in two places? Why is it live on one channel and a VOD on another? So I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Baby Joe is clapping and growling for cookies. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can see the bakery, Nosfarta. I'm pretty sure you can. In the Discord. I think you're among the trusted. You're looking, hoping I'll cook a meal for you to share. Well, unfortunately, I only bake. I only bake. But you want... I can, but I want to move for... You know what? Moving first is probably a really good idea, Nosfarta. Do you guys have a move date yet? Also, the ads are incoming, and unfortunately, I cannot do anything about them because I don't want the pre-rolls. Pre-rolls are the devil to discoverability. So 3 minutes are about to income. I'm just putting cookies on trays. Turbo users and subscribers will still be able to hear me. Unfortunately, the rest of you are going to be put in Agile. It was Friday. It got pushed to Monday. It was a whole situation. Oh, no. Oh, no. But that means this Monday. Which, you know, that's soon. That's tomorrow. That's important. But a whole situation does not sound fun. It does not sound fun at all. I do not envy you that, Nosfarta. I hope that there isn't a whole situation again. Problem is now we don't have someone to help us move and your anatomy. Oh my god. Oh god, Nosfarta, you're halfway. You're halfway and oh that And I bet it's really hot there. I bet it's also really hot there. That's gonna suck ass, dude. I hope that somebody is able to come out of the woodwork for you and help you with the move. And you still haven't told your parents about the baby or about the move? I'm assuming about the baby. The baby, okay. They can find out when they get here for Thanksgiving. Won't the baby... No. Yes? Hang on, 20 weeks. We got 20 to go. That's approximately 5 months. Yeah, you'll still be pregnant. I had to really think about the math there for a second. Right? Yeah, 5 months. Due date of January 10th. There is another little fart on the way. If I remember right, it was kind of a surprise for Nosfarta too. My mom always said, Nosfarta, that she did not want winter babies because she didn't want to have to drive to the hospital in a potential blizzard or snowstorm. Both my brother and my sister are December babies, and my brother was born right on Christmas. If I remember right, they were trying the rhythm method of just knowing when my mom would ovulate to, you know, plan for pregnancy, and it failed. She was just real fertile. She was just real fertile. And after my brother, my dad got the snip. He was like, that's it. About your luck. Oh no. Time for you to go lurk mode. Yeah, go grab lunch. Go grab lunch. And thank you again for the raid, Light Wraith. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's gonna be snowing. It's gonna be snowing. And that's the shitty part about having a baby in the winter. Yeah, no, don't envy you. I don't envy you being pregnant during the summer when it's hot and you're like, for those who are not aware, the hormonal shifts that a woman goes through during pregnancy usually also include her body just raising its internal temperature. So you're already hot, and then the outside decides to be really hot, and you're just miserable. So I don't envy any woman who is pregnant in summer. Like, zero envy for any of them. Bless your souls. Hubby has 4-wheel drive. You do not. That is a good thing. That is a good thing. Because you may need it. May the luck be on your side and it's not snowing on the night or the day that your new bundle of joy decides to evacuate the bodily premises. August 19th, summer was miserable. I bet. I was supposed to be born a few days before St. Patrick's Day, so my parents had an appointment for the Justice of the Peace on February 26th, and they never got married because you decided to be a total smart butt. Oh, oops. Whoopsies. Surprise. What an ultimate wedding gift. A non-wedding gift. Oops. Yeah, that'll definitely interrupt going to see the Justice of the Peace. First snow is usually right after Thanksgiving. Yeah, that is right about for us too. It's either right after Thanksgiving or right before. Which frustrates me because I really don't want snow until December 1st. That's definitely not how the weather works, and it has never worked here, but that's my, brain's preference. Let me have Thanksgiving and then you can snow. Morning in active labor, so the wedding never took place. Turned out to be a good thing in the long run. Oh, hey, you prevented a crisis, Red Wing. You created one and prevented one. Twins were born November 29. It usually snows the day after that day. You just have bad luck. No, it's fucked up. The kids get excited that it snows for their birthday. You know what? That works. That works. The crappy thing for my sister and my brother was that because of the snow, they never got to have like outdoor birthdays or pool parties or anything. And for my brother especially, being born on Christmas, people would just give him, birthday, Christmas combined. He didn't get a separate party or anything. And years later, looking back, we all agree that it probably would have been smart for my mom to just plan a half birthday for him instead, and we celebrated in June so that he could have his separation. We were really good as a family, as a core unit of before anybody opened their Christmas gifts. My brother got to open his birthday gifts, and we all wished him a happy birthday before we got to, the Merry Christmases and whatnot. But yeah, he definitely got shafted in that regard. Everybody thinks it's so cool to be a Christmas baby until, they meet a Christmas baby, and then it's not cool anymore when you hear the struggles. What, you buy Snickerdoodle cookies? He hates them, you love them. I got Snickerdoodles available. You should definitely check, and I think as the pregnant person, you get priority, no Sparta. It's also a cheeky brie. Oh, yeah. Emergency C-section. That sounds like an eventful birth. That sounds like an eventful one. I also tried to be breech, and I had the cord around my neck twice, so I was also a C-section. So when it was my sister's turn, they just automatically did a C-section because this was back in the days when a VBAC, a vaginal birth after cesarean, wasn't common. And then when my brother was getting ready to be born, my mom tried to delay going to the hospital until us kids woke up. So she was just sitting in the house. She was a trooper. My mom never screamed during birth. She just said, "Oh my. Oh my." And my dad could tell by how frequently she was saying, "Oh my," how close the contractions were, and the intensity of it, how bad they were. But my mom had been taught by somebody else that screaming just sucked the baby back in because you had to suck in all that air. So she just said, oh my, old people and their wives' tales. So she was just sitting at home, you know, it's her third kid. She understands labor. She knows what's going on. Until my dad finally was like, Sally, I'm calling Bruce. I'm calling my father. We gotta go. Your contractions are getting too close and I'm not delivering this baby, because the one thing my dad can't handle is childbirth. He can't do it. So Bruce came down from up the street and he waited at our house, because this is like 3 a.m. He waited in our house for the hour for my grandfather and aunt to arrive. They got there because my aunt had no kids, and obviously my grandfather's kids are all out of the house. My brother was born at 7 a.m. Christmas morning, essentially. The doctor never made it. He was delivered vaginally by midwife because my mom waited so long at home, and it was her third child, and the more children you have, the faster that labor goes. The doctor never had a chance. The doctor never had a chance to get there. And they told her afterwards, if they had realized just how easily she could have given birth vaginally, they would have let her try with my sister. But, you know, he deserves to get shafted, Seamus. We try to do something big for their birthday, and then Christmas is usually smaller gifts. That's fair enough, Sparta, especially with the Santa thing. Birthday, you get to choose dinner, usually a big, and then we do something like the fun, like the zoo. Oh, that's cool. Your grandpa said you were a champion mooner right out of the gate. That's amazing, Red Wing. As long as he doesn't smell them. They're coming in a plastic cellophane container, so he shouldn't. Gotta go move the trailer. He told hubby he doesn't have to be brave this time and be there if he doesn't want to. I forced him to cut the cord last time. See, my dad could handle that part. It's the actual act of giving birth. He can't do it. He was there for all 3 of us. He was fine during the C-section portions, just not the natural labor. During the natural labor, he kind of sat in the corner as moral support, but he couldn't be near. And the nurses all made fun of him alongside my mom, which I think is adorable. Because that's the kind of relationship they had. They gave each other shit. Playfully. It was amazing. I loved hearing those stories. My mom told them way better than my dad, because my dad embellishes things. Love him, mean it, but oh my gosh, he's an embellisher to the nth degree. I can only hope to have a minuscule amount of the joy that those two shared together before my mom passed. Because it's like the stories that I hear, they had great times. They had great times, made great memories. How a Snickerdoodle would taste being dipped into a Frosty, probably pretty good. It would probably taste really good dipped into a vanilla Frosty, I'm not gonna lie. Because cinnamon and sugar goes very well with vanilla ice cream, in my opinion. What you doing, Hera? Yeah? You can get up there and look out that window if you want. That is not the kitchen table, so you're allowed to put your cat ass there. Yeah. For science! Exactly, Carrie. Somebody will have to try it for science. It won't be me. Because I get chocolate Frosties, and I treat them like soft serve ice cream. When I do. Because that is like the perfect ice cream texture to me. I love soft serve ice cream texture. In fact, I haven't gone for soft serve yet this year. I should probably make a point of that. I try to go at least once a year, and I haven't done so. I have not done so. Ooh. End of my nose suddenly itched. It's the streamer burden. Streaming makes your nose itch. Just ask any streamer. All of our nose itch it. New person at group piano joining for today. Ooh, that's fun, Carrie. That's a lot of fun. Yeah, we're only gonna get one more tray beyond this, I think. Which tracks, because I should get about 5 dozen. Should get about 5 dozen. My hands get so like greasy, sticky. All right, we need timer on the clock for 6 minutes. I need water. Because it's warm and I'm active. I'm gonna do this. Perfect, and I'm gonna go put these in the oven. And we start the timer. And by not counting them until I'm putting them in the oven, it helps me remember whether or not I added them in. Delicious, beautiful cookies. I love baking. I really do. Which wasn't always the case. There was a time in my life where I didn't want to bake, and it was purely because I didn't want to clean up after baking, and I didn't want to wait for the cookies or whatever it was I had baked, but typically it was cookies, to cool off. I wanted to bake it and eat it immediately. So I didn't always love baking, but I do now. Hashtag, clearly I had ADHD as a kid, we just hadn't diagnosed it. Woo. Almost dropped it. Almost dropped it. But not quite. Almost, but not quite. Yeah, we've already got 5 dozen between the 3 trays that are there. No, 4 dozen. 4 dozen? We might not make it to quite 5 dozen, but that's okay. I'm not worried. I think the bag I started last week just sew in the ends. Didn't bring, yeah, if you didn't bring the right needles, you got to do it at home. Are you going to post a picture of it in the Discord when you get home, Carrie? Because I'd love to see it. I always like to see the stuff people are creating. It's fun. No, you're all good. You're all good, Carrie. I know the struggle of the phone typing. I was chatting with L&D this morning, and she asked me if I was at my computer or not, and I said, you give me so much credit thinking I'm typing this fast, this accurately on my phone. I was like, yes, I'm at my PC. Is to clean while you cook. And I do that. But I didn't like that aspect of it either. I just genuinely, as a teenager, did not like cleaning. Which makes perfect sense for the ADHD brain that just wants the dopamine of the fun of baking and the joy of eating the baked creation. I wanted nothing to do with the rest of it. I didn't want to be patient and wait for them to cool, and I sure as heck didn't want to clean up afterwards. And sometimes you don't have room to clean as you go as much. Like right now, I'm scooping cookies and stuff. I don't have the time to clean in between. And the cookies are going to go through the oven so fast. not really gonna have a chance to do the dishes. And as a teenager, even having to wash one plate would have been way too much washing. This will be the last cookie. That is the end of the bowl. So we got 10. We almost got the full dozen. It's not bad. That's not bad at all. Can't see my phone's keyboard half of the time. Thumb's too big. Yeah. Yeah. I also have the overly large thumb issue with the phone keyboard. I miss the days of the older phone models before we all got smartphones, where you could like pull the keyboard out or flip it down. I had an LG where the keyboard flipped on top of the phone, and so you had a physical keyboard to type with because I could tactilely feel the keys. I actually was getting to the point that I didn't need to look at the keyboard to do the typing. It was great. Can't do that anymore. Yeah, so this is why I do 1.5. That's all I have left in my bowl. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. We have anonymous follows here, so you can continue to lurk if you prefer. So yeah, I used up most of this for one batch. That's why I recommend 1.5. This has had dough in it. It's not good to put into a regular container, so off it goes. What, Hera? Yeah? This is gonna need a wash, as are these. Oop. Ping. And my hands need a rinse, because they're greasy. There we go. Let that fill with water so that the residue doesn't just get crusty and glued on. And that's the timer. Dismiss. Ugh. One comes out. Oh, they smell amazing. The trays always bend a little under heat and then they don't sit as well on my little stand. One goes in. Ugh. Start the timer, add in the cookies. Hi, Esiclas, welcome in. How are you? Now you need to decide if you want to continue crochet or work on a tatting project. Oh, there you go. It is not too late to get cookies, Esiclas. It is not. I had an LG with the slide-out keyboard. Can't say I miss it, though. You love the big screen. And that is fair. You betcha, Esiclas. I mean, this is definitely way bigger than those older phones. I miss the simplicity of those times a little bit. Don't get me wrong. When I have a specific question in a store before I'm trying to buy something, like the first thing I ever researched on my smartphone when I got it years and years ago was I was out plant shopping with my mom and we were looking at a hibiscus. And normally when you go to a plant nursery, there will be instructions on the plant and it'll tell you the care and all of that. But this one was being really vague. It was just like, yeah, it needs full sun. And we were like, well, we can give it full sun, but this is more of a tropical plant. Is that really it? Is it really that easy to care for a hibiscus? And I was like, oh, hang on. I can Google it on my phone. And so I was able to look up that proper care instructions for a hibiscus on my phone. And that was amazing. That was absolutely mind-boggling. And I love that aspect. But I really miss the days where people understood that if they called your house line and you didn't answer, they just had to wait for you to call back. It is a big phone. I love you, Esiclas. Did you see Did you see all the little clips I got out of our peak game from, was it last week? Week before last? Something like that? You saw them all. Let's go. And you're streaking. Another naked person enters chat. I think it was almost, yeah, I think it'll be 2 weeks ago on Tuesday. That means that the Citadel and Gloom are going to start cycling on Tuesday. Yeah. Yeah. Which means on Friday, when I collab with LND and St. Jeezy and we hike in Peak, we might get Gloom and Citadel. We might get Caldera and Kiln. I can confidently say, though, now that I've carried my friend Brandy to the Peak, basically, with my brother and John, that I will get St. Jeezy to the Peak regardless of biome. He's making it. You need your no damage achievement? Oh, no. Like, from the Citadel traps? That one? Because if so, you know, we might have to hike a mountain later tonight. Wazzo, hello, welcome in. How are you? Did you get a chance to watch all of the little clips, Wazzo? Did you like the one where, you know, you might have said something out of context? Yeah. Yeah, we might have to hike a mountain again tonight, Essicles. I'm just saying. Hi. 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 I'm not picking you up. Yeah, no, would you like a chair? Can I interest you in a chair? Yes, I can. Whoa. Come on. There you go. There you go. Oh, is that so good for Hera? Yeah. Are you so chatty? Oh, are you showing everybody your butt? No. Hi. You cannot climb me like a jungle gym. I love you very much, but that's a negative. That's a negative, little girl. She is a very sweet kitty. L&D After Dark is this coming Friday. That is when we're gonna be hiking together with St. Jeezy. There will be alcohol consumed, and somehow, despite all of this, I'm getting Jeezy to the top. You haven't looked at them yet? Uh-oh. Come on. Yeah, that is exactly what got clipped, Fuzzo. I heard it and I was like, I can't not clip that moment out. There are going to be some really great clips from it. You are correct. Yeah, you're happy so long as you can observe, huh? I got 1 minute on the clock for the one that's in there. Yeah, it's just, I always have a good time hanging out with L&D on stream. Jeezy seems like a phenomenal individual. I haven't had the chance to really super interact with him, but I've watched him interacting with L&D when they play Core Keeper together on Mondays, so I can't imagine that I won't have a good time. And with alcohol involved and L&D just letting loose and saying whatever happens to come to her mind, it's gonna be glorious. It's gonna be glorious. I will need sugar again, but I will not need cinnamon. Ugh. And the timer is gonna go off, but I'm gonna spin you guys because I'm gonna need to take some out, and I'm gonna need to take these off of the tray. Oop, ba-doop. Ugh. So they look puffy when they come out, but they flatten out as they cool a little bit. So those come out. Another 16 go in. I'm going to start the timer, add the cookies in. And I'm gonna get these off of the tray so that they can cool the rest of the way. There we go. sometimes I go too fast with getting them off of the tray and they're still so hot that they like suction down to my spatula. It's very awkward. It's very, very awkward. Whoop. That one really wanted to come off the spatula though. It was just flying. Okay, that's one tray down. Yeah, you can already see how these ones are flattening out. And they'll continue to do so for the couple of minutes that they're gonna sit there. Spin it back this way so that you can see the kitty cat. Very important. Very, very important. It is a big cookie sheet. Oop, I almost banged into the cookie sheet that's hot. That would have been bad. I would have noticed that real fast. Yeah, I like my air bakes. They are 16 by 16, these particular ones. And since the cookies come out to being like, I don't know, 1.5 to 2 inches in diameter, they fit beautifully on there. So I can get lots of cookies. It fits in a standard oven, which I appreciate because it would be very awkward if it didn't. It'd be real awkward if it didn't. Smelling the cookies is making me hungry though. It's making me hungry. I'll have to sample at least one. At least one has to be sampled, but they need to cool first. I have made the mistake of trying to sample the cookie too early and burning my poor mouth. Don't recommend that action at all. Gotta be patient. Oop, yep. Yep, been there, done that. Got the mouth burns to prove it. It's kind of like hot cocoa, right? You make the cocoa and then you know it's too hot. You know you should wait. But it's just too tempting. I swear, I always know it's winter because I get that hot cocoa going and I have my first sip and I burn my mouth and remind myself all over again why you have to give it like 2 or 3 minutes after you mix it before you drink it. Oh, yes, or the pizza pockets, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. The trick I've learned to do with the mini ones is I bite the corner off. So I'm getting mostly dough, but I'm opening up an air hole so that it can cool off for a minute before I stick the entire thing in my mouth, because of course I'm gonna stick the whole thing in my mouth. Like, that's how you eat them, right? Exactly. I have to try one to make sure it's not poison, Wazo. I do, especially since I didn't eat any of the raw dough to know that it's not poison. That's what she said. That is what she said, Esicles. Hey. Huh, Hera? Yeah. Yeah, they can just see your beautiful face. I should step to this side so they can see your cute tum-tum. Yeah, you got your tum-tum out. Somewhat. Does it feel good laying there because it's in front of the air conditioning? Did you just not realize how good that would feel? You know what else I should do? He could have added poison in the oven. True, Wazo, it's true. I should pull out... We're gonna need... Because I'm doing a double batch of the chocolate chip. I'm gonna need 2 cups. I'm gonna need 2 cups of butter, so I should get that out so it can start softening. That's a whole box. I need a box of butter. Ugh. Come hither, butter. Because each stick is a half a cup. I had to look at that recipe again. It's been so long since I've done a double batch of chocolate chip cookies. I was like, wait, is it really that much? It is really that much. So we're just going to set this stuff down so that the butter can start softening and not be solid rocks. Excellent, Esicles, excellent. You can absolutely have a dozen of each. And may there be no mailbox thief. May there be no mailbox thief. How cool are these? It's just warm now. I can eat it. I got 30 seconds to stick this in my mouth. Since it's still warm, it breaks. beautifully. But the edge is crispy and the inside is soft. Perfect. So good. So good. How did I ever end up snickerdoodled out? These are delicious. Brandy, thank you for the resubscription. I appreciate it. 20 months streak, 44 months total. Let's go. That's a timer. That cookie was divine. One comes out. The last one goes in. This one only has 10. Timer. Yeah, Brandy, it's cookies. It's cookie time. And if somehow I ended up with more people posting in the Discord asking for them than cookies I end up with, I will bake more off stream. Based on what had been asked for in the Discord before this got started is how I planned out how many I was baking on stream. But sometimes I know seeing the stream inspires people to be like, I want them. And so if I need more, I will make more. I have no qualms with that. And the people who have access to them in the Discord are the people who, A, are in the Discord, and B, have been in the community long enough that I know they're good. Set that down. Glorious. Oh, you decided to sit up, Hera? Yeah? Yeah? Well, okay, bye. Okay, bye. Thinking about getting some food, are you, little girl? Their food's over in a room off that way. She does like the spotlight, Brandy. She also just likes to be intrusive because she has to have all of the attention at all times, but only from me. She rarely asks Seamus for the attention. So Brandy, how's that RimWorld addiction treating you? I see you may have gotten Pepperoni and John into it again. I did see that. I think they're playing RimWorld now. Yeah, so 58, we're 2 shy of 5 dozen, I believe. Yeah, 2 shy of 5 dozen. So right on target. It's supposed to make about 5 dozen cookies. At least at the scoop size that I use. So if you're using a bigger scoop or you're using like the 2-spoon method and making them bigger, you'll get less. If you're making them like mini bite-sized sample size, you're gonna get a lot more. You might be hyper fixating. I'm not surprised. He's been getting the itch for it again though. Say you'll take half a dozen if need be. You order what you want now, Sparta, because I can make more. And I will happily make more. Because even if I'm not gonna eat all of the cookies, I can like contact my brother, I can contact my dad. My dad would be here in a freaking heartbeat. I can contact my sister. You guys just get first dibs. Breaking apart the cookies in food porn? It does happen. It does happen. Yeah, I'm also sort of getting the itch for RimWorld again. I might have to do some war crimes in the rim of the world. That one mod though that you found with the vanilla expanded looks really cool, Brandy. And I'm wondering if I think it was vanilla security expanded needed to be updated. I wonder if that update has happened because I don't think I've played now in At least 6 months. Trailer moved, car moved, eating a late lunch and then time to move stuff. You got this. You got this, No Sparta. What's for lunch? The cookie breaking yum? Yeah. It was a good moment. You're not supposed to move heavy shit, No Sparta. Like, I'll have to go back for that cookie breaking goodness. An Uncrustable? That's not much of a lunch. Hi, Dova. Welcome in. How are you? Get to feast on the flesh of the fallen yet again. It's RimMother, indeed. I don't think I'm gonna stream RimWorld. I'm just gonna play RimWorld. Pizza for everything else. You know what? Pizza with a yoo-hoo sounds great. Pizza with a yoo-hoo sounds fantastic. We're planning on having burgers and baked beans tonight because I really want baked beans, and charcoal grilled burgers goes good with that. You're allowed to go dummy to the paint moving until your back hurts? No heavy lifting for you, No Sparta. All the mods you have are working well except for the trading spot thing. And the trading spot is so important. Ooh, tacos. I like tacos too. Yesterday and today, highly recommend. Right, Brandy? Burgers are great. Burgers are fantastic. If we had onions, like onion rings, I would think about making a rodeo burger, but we don't, and I'm not going to go out and buy them special for that. So it's just gonna be regular cheeseburgers and canned baked beans, and it'll be delicious. And then Seamus and I will have a farting competition, clearly. OB approved, okay. Okay, so long as the OB approved it. Because otherwise I would be concerned. We don't want to do anything we shouldn't. I don't know where she gets the strength from. It's called necessity. It's called having children already. It's called time to take the cookies out of the oven. Bloop. Hello, cookies. Hello, deliciousness. All right, and we can take the other ones off the tray. Wait, leave one of these on. The tray is still hot. Ooh, cooling racks are so nice. Spite and pent up rage. Yeah, there's that. Beans, and musical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. That's right. And the more you toot, the better you feel. So let's have beans at every meal. God, that was like my favorite little jingle as a kid because farts were really funny as a kid. And I would like to let you know, farts are still funny as an adult. And if you disagree, you're probably just trying to pretend that there's some cap on maturity because they're still funny. Unless Seamus is the one farting, and then they're just gross because he gasses you out of the room. Okay, that's the rules. I don't make them up. I definitely didn't just make that up. I'm sure all of you believe me that I didn't just make that up. Oh, okay. There's that one. What's the first thing you're gonna bake, Nosfarda, when you get cooling racks? Fuck you mean as a kid? You're gonna add beans to the tacos. Let's go. Bake and cook to your heart's desire. Excellent. Downloaded a mod to suppress romance and only allow for certain pawns, so Dylan can only be with me. You were afraid that some woman would come in and be a home wrecker in RimWorld, Brandy? Pretty sane, you think? Yeah, exactly. In healthcare, you're not wearing a mask because it's smelly or contagious. It's to stifle and hide your smile as the patient is pooping and tooting. Not Sparta. Farts literally crack your brain. It's because they're funny. It's because they're funny. I'm so proud of your... But it is, right, it is a little funny. It is. And it's important to have them pooping and tooting, but it's also funny. For some reason, men in both cat and dog farts smell like they need an exorcist. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes they do. You're not wrong. Just please don't fall on the floor. Yeah. falling on the floor is way too much paperwork. That is for sure. That is for sure. I agree. I agree. Don't fall on the floor. Please don't trip in the hallway. Don't rip your IV out like 700 times. Just leave it alone. Yeah. Healthcare is fun. I've never worked in healthcare to that extent. I'm in integrative healthcare as a massage therapist. But I've had plenty of family members who have to utilize this system, aka my dad with his 80 guacabajillion surgeries. And then there's everybody else in my family who's needed surgeries, and my brother is an EMT, and just like my friends are nurses. I hear all the stories. Stop calling 911, please. It's 2 a.m. Or at least tell them I'm being held hostage. Yeah. You got me pregnant and in your 3rd trimester. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that can happen, Brandy. That's the rim for you. That's the rim for you. I don't want to have to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I need 2 more spaces technically, and I don't really feel like I don't really feel like having to clear extra space. Oh wait, I don't need this on anymore. We don't need to be putting extra heat in. All the cookies are out. I don't want to have to get a box out just yet. I want to give all of these a chance. So here's where they're probably going to stick. Onto the cooling rack. My cousin for camp also made Snickerdoodles, and it's the first time she's made them in like 10 years. She is older than me, for the record. My mom had 3 miscarriages, so I am not as close in age with my cousins as I otherwise could have been. My older cousins, anyways. Let me just say, her grandkids didn't like her Snickerdoodles, but they liked mine, and it's because she was out of practice, and I don't know what she used for cinnamon sugar mixture. But it was like all cinnamon. It was not correct. It was definitely not correct. Gonna cook so much with a dish. Oh my God, I would love a dishwasher. That's on my dream list right now, is a dishwasher. So the reason I don't cook much now is because yeah, it sucks, and a tiny kitchen would make it worse. And cooking on this stuff, oh no, Sparta, that sounds amazing. Hi, Mama Foodle. I haven't had Snickerdoodles in forever. Those look good. Thank you. I have made so many Snickerdoodles this past year. It's crazy because people keep requesting them. And I have no qualms with that. Request all you like. I'm happy to bake for what people want. All right. In order to do chocolate chip cookies, things have to get washed. I just realized I have not opened up Words on Stream. So I need to do that. Very important. We can't play words while I wash if I don't have it open. You know? Nope. I click on this, don't I? I do. Okay. Do I have the commands allowed? Yep, they're active. Beautiful. That way I don't necessarily... Do I have to put it on autopilot? I probably... I'll put it on autopilot, but the commands will also work. That's right. Can anybody use them? Where is it? It's been a little bit. Yeah, there's no restriction. Okay, cool. Very good. Local lavender. Ooh, that would be cool, Nosferatu. I've never done any cooking with lavender. Lemon lavender cookies? That could be really yummy. I'm normally not a super fan of floral notes in the the things that I'm eating, but I'm always willing to try because the lemon might change it enough. The lemon might change it enough. Okay. We are going to come over to this screen because I need to wash stuff. I'm going to start off words on stream. I'm going to need bold, please. Because I'm sure you'd like the sounds for words on stream, perhaps. All right, it is available. Good. I wasn't sure if it was or not, and I had to check. And it was not your... Yeah, lavender brownies doesn't sound good. Doesn't sound good. Lavender, yes, it is really potent. You are not incorrect. So let's go ahead and kick this off. Once I make sure it's on, sound effects on, autopilot is on. Okay. So off you go. Enjoy your words on stream for a little bit while I do some dishes, and I don't remember if I added that marker in or not. This is what we do to make sure everybody stays entertained and happy. Because otherwise you'd just be watching my back and I couldn't read chat and it would be just meh. It would be just meh, you know? What do you mean I have a stressful period watch? It's not like I'm baking or anything. Smartwatches are funny. There we go. Ooh, that might be too hot. My hands are so delicate. But we need a fresh reset for them chocolate chips. Ooh, nicely done. And don't worry, when I'm done washing the dishes, if you guys are in the middle of a round or whatever, you'll be able to finish it and stuff. Like, not gonna leave you hanging. Always afraid when I'm doing the glass bowls that they're gonna slip out of my hands and I'm gonna drop them and break them. I've done that before. I have done that before. It sucks. But then you gotta get the glass out of the sink. Don't recommend at all. Round 2. Oh, there's a big word. Well done. It also always tickles me. Oh, were there 2 big words? It always tickles me how many people might be lurking, but just really enjoy words and will come out of lurk briefly to play words. And then, you know, it's like a good break time for everybody. And after words is done, they go back to their lurk. I think that's really fun. Maybe it's just me, but I think that's really fun. Nice. Nice. Oop. I'm getting water everywhere. To grab all these out when I'm ready for them, but in the meantime, well done, well done. I guess I should just wash this little thing too, just in case. If I don't wash it, I'll need it, and since I washed it, I won't. Whoops. There we go. And also use this time. I can also use this time to grab out all the ingredients I'm gonna need, so I'm not flashing in and out a screen. Oh, now there's a brilliant thought. There's a smarty pants thought. Sometimes I do have the good ideas, and not just the wicked, misbehaved ones. Dang, you guys are really smart. Look at all those words. Look at all those words. Nice. You guys are killing it. Okay, I need space. Oh, well, now you know which one's fake. That's all the ingredients. Let's just double check. Yep. Yes. 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 And yep. All the ingredients are available. Alright, so we can sit and just play some words for a second until we die. And that's good because it gives my feet a break for a moment. Oh, no E, yeah. And E is the most commonly used vowel in the American language, so that makes it hard. Ah, it's grandma instead of grandpa. Nice. Yep, pee is fake. No peeing in this one. Grandam, nice. Nope. I don't think it went through, no, Sparta, so I'll get it for you. Oh, nope, Essicla's did. Oh, I was just gonna do drama. Grad, yep. Nicely done. You're multitasking. There's nothing wrong with multitasking. There's nothing wrong with that. This works out well since there's an ad break. We can just hang out with this and then the ad break will be done. Okay, so one of those is fake. P is fake again. Not the rollover. I guess re-roll doesn't count. Re-roll over. P is fake. Nice. Oh, you beat me to it, no Sparta. No, you get out of here, no Sparta. Nice. A perfect level. No, Sparta's out here killing it. But no, listen, it's cranky. Right, since it's a cooking stream, absolutely. Hi, Suspenders, welcome in. How are you, friend? That's how this works, right? If only. All right, I think L might be fake. Not an S. Yeah, the L's fake. Oh, that hidden letter is screwing us up. It is an R. Barker, break. I don't know that we make the last one. Oh, that was really close, you guys. That was a good go. That was a really good go. Nicely done. Double R's. Double freaking R's. I gotta turn it off of autopilot. Still, Nosfarda's almost at, she's over 200 there, over 250. Mama DeFoodle's over 100. Got some good scores on there. We got some good scores on there. You guys did phenomenally. Phenomenally. Smart cookies. Way smarter than the cookies I'm baking right now. That's for sure. Spent a lot of time in hospital waiting rooms. I believe it. I believe it. I don't have a kicking command, but nice try. Nice try, Esicles. You can stab Suspenders. You can throw fireballs at Suspenders. You just can't kick Suspenders. You can also cook Suspenders for dinner. Don't let you touch Sudoku either. I've never tried Sudoku, but I heard it's addictive. You want to kick her and slap her. Oh my gosh. So am I going to have to add new commands in, Esicles? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Hi, Bean. Welcome in. How are you? Yes, please. Okay. If my mods can leave me a note in Discord, that'd be great. Suspenders, don't worry. I have thoughts on it, okay? We're probably gonna do it D&D style, and I'm gonna put a multitude of potential things that could happen, and you know, maybe Esicles will go to kick you and slip on a banana peel instead or something. There's ways. There's ways. All right. Spartan kick Esicles. You guys are super funny. You guys are super funny. You like that variant, right? Right? That would be fun. Not the Spartan kick. What not are we doing? Suspenders would like me to not encourage the violence inherent in the system, but it's too funny not to. Oh, in my mod chat about adding more user commands. You do give off sibling vibes, and there's nothing wrong with that. Siblings are fun. Except for when they're not. Except for when they're not, you know? Yeah, they're long-lost siblings. It's true. It's true. Funny command would be making somebody salute their shorts. I added a short one, I think. Nope. That's perfect, Carrie. A short one will jog my memory. I still love that emote, Suspenders. You're gonna have to give me until tomorrow to get the commands in Esiclus. It's not a quick fix. Not a quick fix. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we've got the siblings and then Wazo comes in with like the mom energy. That's accurate. That's very accurate. John Cena. Where is Ben when John Cena comes up? Ben is a huge John Cena fan. I only know about John Cena because of my teammates. Oh my gosh. All right, for the chocolate chip cookies, before I get like totally doubled over in laughter, for the chocolate chip cookies, we're gonna need for one batch, remember we're gonna double this, 2 1/4 cups sifted flour, 1 teaspoon baking soda, 1 teaspoon salt, 1 cup of butter, soft, 2 large eggs, 3/4 cup granulated sugar, 3/4 cup brown sugar, you can use light or dark, a teaspoon of vanilla extract, half a teaspoon of water, and 12 ounces or 2 cups of semi-sweet chocolate chips. Oh, in the fridge. John Cena was in Pluribus. It's Esiclus's favorite show. Oh boy. Oh boy. I know he's a wrestler. I know he's a wrestler. She's lying. I don't know, Esiclus. I don't know. Why does it smell like wood smoke? You know what? Somebody's probably having a fire in the neighborhood. I got nervous for a second because I was like, did I not turn the oven off? And I looked over and I was like, no, I turned the oven off. It made you so mad. Uh-oh. Because it was a bad ending or something else. Oh my God. So much violence. Let me get my bowl. We need the mixing bowl. That's a very important first step. Everything had a chance to do a little bit of a drip dry. Well, we played some words. My feet thank you for the words games. Okay, bowl. Bowl, 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 bowl. Don't make me pull the stream. You too. Oh, the main character was really frustrating. The only thing you could reach. I mean, Esiclus is still taller than I am, Suspenders. So. Yeah, it's sibling vibes. It's very much sibling vibes. Oh yeah. I'm only 4'11", Wazo. I'm pretty sure Esiclus is at least 5'1". I'm pretty sure among basically all of my friend groups on Twitch, I am the shortest. You're 5 foot? Yeah, you beat me barely. You do beat me barely, Mama Poodle. She's about to turn this stream around? Yeah. Your kid is taller than me at 11, Wazo? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I am tiny. I am very tiny. I know because of the way I frame this, I look really tall, but I'm not. Dafoodle's 5'8" or 5'9", so Dafoodle's way taller than you. That had to be wild watching your kid grow up and you go from this and you just are like, oh, now you're up there. She's just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Yep. Yep. All right, we're going to start by creaming together the butter, the sugars, the vanilla, and the water. I'm going to cream the butter first, and then I'll get the other stuff in. And it's now like I can I can squeeze it and I can make an indent without having much trouble. It's not like, it doesn't make the same thud sound. It's not as hard as it was. That's also what she said. There's gonna be a lot of that's what she said jokes. Baking is just inappropriate innuendos all the time. You're 5'10" and a half, not quite 5'11". Yeah, you're like a full foot taller than me, Suspenders. Suspenders has you beat in height too, Wazzo. I'm not surprised. I feel like Suspenders is among the tallest in my friend groups. Suspenders and Matt are the same height. Let me tell you what, when I went to the mini meetup, oh my gosh, like 3 years ago now, that's wild to think about. I got to meet I Hate Being Scared and Chiba the Hutt. Those motherfuckers are like 6 foot something. That was quite the height difference. I met Epic Tight Pants there. She also got to witness my shortness. That's actually how I met, like full on met Collectonian and Full Speed. I had not, like, I probably had seen their names, but I hadn't given it much thought until mini meetup, and we've been really good friends since. You're 5'9"? Dang, you're still taller than me. I do have an electric water heating kettle, I do. Because when I want Creo brew or tea or hot cocoa, I don't want to have to put a whole kettle on the stove. I don't want to have to put a whole kettle on the stove. And unlike when I was a child and I couldn't use the stove, I don't want to microwave my water either to make it hot. Because that was a thing. As a young child, when using the stove was not safe, I would just fill the mug with water and put it in the microwave to heat it up. And then the tea bag went in after the water was hot. Which I know is sacrilege. 69 inches, let's go! I thought electric kettles would be fairly common in the US too. I know a lot of people with them. I would be full on boobs when we hug. Yep, it's true. Boobs. Nope, USA. I think a lot of us have them. I want the butter to be good and fluffy. That's good. Okay. I will say though, there are also equally plenty of people who use Keurigs because they like the pod coffees. And you can get hot water from a Keurig. And there are people like in really small living situations like dorms or studio apartments that probably use hot shots. So they're a 1 cup electric kettle basically, where you open the lid, you pour the water in, you set the mug underneath it, you push the button, and it heats the water and pours it back into your mug. So we have lots of variations, but electric kettles are not that uncommon. Need my spatula. I love my electric kettle though. I use it for a lot of stuff. It's also very handy when I make a hot water chocolate cake to, you know, heat the water. Ugh. I got butter all up the handle. Let's clean that up real fast. Ask for Christmas one year. It's convenient for a few. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Heating the water for like instant ramen noodles. Glorious. Because fuck the stove. Yeah, Esicles, right? Burned myself so badly microwaving ramen as a kid. Oh my gosh, Bean. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that that didn't scar. Yeah, you need to come to the East Coast, Suspenders. I agree. Yeah, Esiclus and I are in the best coast. And besides, like, there's 2 of us here. There's 2 of us on this coast. So there's the butter, and I mashed it down. The sugars. Ooh woo, Suspenders. Ooh woo. I need a cup and a half, because 3/4 times 2 is 1.5. You know what? So that I only used 1 cup, I'm just gonna do the 3/4 twice. Then I don't have to do math. And don't worry, I have another full bag of sugar when this one is run out. That's 1. Seamus just misunderstood my instructions when I was asking for powdered sugar, and he bought me granulated sugar instead, as he thought that's what I needed, so that's why I have this baby bag of sugar. I don't know what that is. It's probably just a piece that didn't get whitened, but my OCD doesn't like it, therefore. That's empty. Okay, so there's the granulated sugar. Yup, Seamus. You'd make it a longer trip and you'd see all. Oh, you would get a tattoo over here, Suspenders? That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. I've made my own powdered sugar. Yeah. Yep, you can. You can absolutely grind it down and make your own powdered sugar. I just can't be bothered. Because caster sugar is 1 step between granulated and powdered. All right, let's pack this brown sugar. I personally like light brown because molasses and I don't get along, and that's the difference. Dark brown has more molasses than light brown. So for the sake of my poor IBS, I prefer light brown sugar. Now, if it calls for dark brown, then I use dark brown. Can we all get peak matching tattoos? That could be fun. I don't know if I would, because I'm really particular about what I put on my skin, but I would go with you guys while you got them.
I have a sudden, irresistible craving for fun day.
The fool!
Must be here.
How are you, friend? Gonna be lurking while cleaning and working. Yes, send cookies, please. I'm gonna have plenty. I'm gonna have plenty. I already made the Snickerdoodles. I hope you're having a good cleaning day, fool. Right, what peak tattoo would it be? Would you get like your little dude in your favorite outfit? Would you get your favorite biome, a badge, like Bing Bong? Would you get a Bing Bong tattoo? Need to use some brown sugar tonight before we move. I'm gonna make candied sweet. Ooh, oh my God, I love candied sweet potatoes with marshmallows. I make my sister-in-law make it every year for Thanksgiving now. And when she tells me that, like, she's not, I'm like, okay, but like, can you? So far, she's always acquiesced it, and I appreciate it for her. I appreciate her for it. Usually when she says she's not, it was because it was before we were doing Thanksgiving in a place where my brother could participate, because as an EMT, he typically works Thanksgiving. He has no kids, so he just figures he'll be the one to work. He doesn't have kids at home that are going to miss him for a holiday. Let the people who are parents be home with their kids. But that would mean he'd celebrate Thanksgiving only with his sister-in-law. And so my sister-in-law wouldn't be coming to our Thanksgiving, and I wasn't getting candied yams, except for she would, that's what we call it, as candied yams, except for when I asked her, she would make a small batch and send it with my dad. And I always appreciated that. But now we have permission to use the ambulance corps building, so we can celebrate with my brother on Thanksgiving, and that's fabulous. He just, you know, might have to leave in the middle of it. Bing bong, duh. Oh my God, bing bong, yeah. You hate us, I get it. If it's me kicking you off the peak, then yes. Oh my god, suspenders. Let's all get bing bong. Been on a solid day so far. Made chocolate chip pancakes with brown sugar coated blackberries for breakfast. Okay, I'm coming over to your house for breakfast, fool, clearly. You're learning whittling? Oh, that's cool. I miss my wife. Yeah, crazy guy, hello, welcome in. How are you? Have kids, but Marissa does. He is the kid. I mean, husbands are always the kid, Seamus. Husbands are always the kid. You think you're not? Marissa and I are in the same boat. Love and lurk, kiddos are... Yes, absolutely, suspenders. Go deal with the kiddos, and I hope Mr. Six is feeling better. I hope he's feeling a little better today. In your case, you're the kid, Esiclus. Okay, fair. Yep, no problem, crazy guy. No problem. Pack it in, pack it in. Oh, I'm so excited for chocolate chip cookies. Whoop. I don't know why. I've just, like, I've really wanted chocolate chip cookies for a week or so now, so it's time to have chocolate chip cookies. And then I really, really, really need to get back to taking either morning or afternoon walks. Now that I'm getting my sleep schedule situated, I might try to go out for my walks in the morning before it's like the heat of the day, when it's still kind of cool outside, and when the neighbors aren't awake yet, you know, so they don't talk to me or smoke weed and have it floating around everywhere. Because not for nothing, like, I don't care that people smoke. I have no problems with that. But weed just lingers in the air. And there's something off-putting when I'm trying to take a walk and get as much fresh air as one possibly can in the middle of, you know, a city. And you just keep walking through pot cloud smoke after pot cloud smoke after pot cloud smoke. It just, it's really unpleasant. It's really, really unpleasant. And they don't drink, they don't smoke the good weed. They smoke skank weed. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it, Esiclus. Took a hike yesterday and it was perfect. Nice and shady the whole time. Well, that's amazing. How long of a hike did you go on? Pure Oreo cream? I don't know what pure Oreo cream is. Are you talking about like the filling in an Oreo? Buy a mixer and start baking? I mean, I recommend it. I think everybody should bake, but that's just me. That's just me. Oop. Yep, I need that for a different thing. I used the wrong closure. It's the OCD again. It's the OCD again. Listen, if you don't have to get diagnosed with OCD, don't. Like, just avoid this particular mental health thing if that's somehow possible. Let me tell you what. Because I am diagnosed with OCD tendencies, and they show. Okay, there's the sugars. We need the vanilla. So we need 2 teaspoons of vanilla. My teaspoon is over here because I used it. And then I cleaned it. I love the smell of vanilla too. It was only like 4 kilometers. Still, that's a good distance. 4 kilometers is a really good distance, fool. That's like, what, 2.5 miles? Something like that. Beautiful walk. That was fun to bring the camera. I want to see pictures. I want to see pictures. Your delivery grocery order that went bad. Oh, no. Oh, no, Mama Foodle. Were they, like, smoking in the car? Smokes every day and comes right in your bedroom. Oh, that's no fun, Steven. Yeah, we need pics. Over $400 worth. Oh, my gosh. Oh, God. Vanilla smells amazing. 2 teaspoons for a double batch. Yeah. I've definitely had delivery orders that come smelling like cigarettes, and I'm not happy. Like, I get it. I get it. You are a smoker. My family was all smokers. I grew up around smokers, but please don't make it cling to my stuff, because I am not a smoker. And the same is true of weed. Like, I don't partake. I would rather not be subjected to it for my groceries, you know? All your money back, and they oh, good. I'm glad you got your money back. Sat for a while not moving on the map, and when you got them, everything. And I'm gonna say it, okay? I'm gonna be the one to say this. When you imbibe weed to that level, you are altering your sense of reality. Even if it's slightly, you are altering it. When you are high, you are not of sound mind, and you should not be driving. Smoking in the car should be as bad as drinking in the car. That's my opinion. Do it at home. Do it at a party when you're not going to be driving. Do it where you can be safe. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, I just drive slower, but slow people on the road causes aggression out of other people. You need to be doing the speed limit. It's still dangerous. You still could create an accident. You could still create a problem situation. Out where I live, we have deer everywhere, like all over the place. If you have imbibed in weed and you're trying to drive and your reflexes are really slowed down and a deer darts out in front of you, you have that much less reaction time. So, like, please be safe. Smoke at home. Cannabis user, and you've always seen being high and being the same as alcohol. Exactly, fool. Exactly. That's the responsible thing to do. That is the responsible thing to do. Yeah, I don't understand people who are just like, it's no big deal. I'm like, no, actually, yeah, it is. It is a big deal. I don't mind the smell, but yeah, there are limits. Hi, Bailey. Welcome in. How are you? I ordered my Monster Energy drinks and my waters and ramen. Hope everything's good. I'm glad you got your order. Everything is good here. We need a teaspoon of water. Whoop. And I'll probably spill some on the floor, but it's fine. Yeah. Yep. That's another thing. My car, my rules. And they weren't even the person who was on the account. Oh. Yeah, they were jeopardizing somebody else's account. And you know what? Probably it was. Because I see this sometimes with DoorDash. Sometimes a female will be the one on the account as the driver, the owner, but they bring a male counterpart with them because they don't feel secure going to a stranger's house. And so you may have interacted with the male, but the female could have been in the car. I don't know. I wasn't there, but yeah. They'll be here tomorrow morning. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I have plenty of friends who imbibe, pool being one of them. No problem with that. No problem. Just be responsible. And professional. And professional. Like, don't get it around other people's stuff. I just need the butter to whip out of there. There we go. With enough centrifugal force, you can whip the butter out of the whip. Aw, we love kitties. Yeah, the safety issue, big time. Extra hand. Yep, we're whipping it good. I gotta scrape the sides down, though. Now it's all stuck. Yeah. Ugh. You know, now that we've been talking about alcohol and stuff, and the heat's gone up to 82 outside, I might have to have a lambic after I'm done baking. Because nothing says a job well done like a beer. And lambics are the best. If you have a specialty like alcohol store, beverage store, and they have Belgium lambics, I highly recommend trying them. They don't taste like beer. They're a fruit beer that doesn't taste like beer, which is why I like them. They're so good. It's a specific brewing technique and yeast to the area of Belgium where they come from, to my understanding. So it's not something that can easily be replicated in the States, which is why they are imported. And I love them so much. Yeah, it's a fruit beer made in one specific region. You should grab one. I agree, to Mama Poodle. Final Fantasy 15 got first. Playing Stand By Me out of nowhere. Oops. Right, Esiclus, they are really good. Okay, that mixes everything. That mixes everything. Get back down in the bowl. Get back down there. Ah. I love baking. I love baking. Yeah, when I put the first batch in the oven, or when I get ready to, I'll have to step out on my storage porch for a minute to get a container for the Snickerdoodles. They'll be cool enough now to put them all in. All right, let's whack it off. Get as much of that glorious, delicious, wet ingredient part of the dough in there as we can. One of these days, I'll have to take part in like a weekend baking class or something, just to get a little bit of professional knowledge. And, you know, maybe make people uncomfortable in person with my habits. Because I know a lot of my home baker habits, for people who are professionally trained, make them cringe. And I take a Gremlins kind of joy in that. I think it was Fool, actually, who told me I give him anxiety sometimes. Whoops. If they sell it in Finland, fingers crossed. Flux, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saknika, but you may also hear me called Sam. I'm a member of Everbreak Global Gaming, Set the Tone, and Content Delta stream teams here on Twitch, and a variety streamer who does everything from bake to create to paint her nails and play video games. And today I am working on cookies. We've made Snickerdoodles, now we're working on chocolate chip. It's the first time back in the kitchen in a while. How are you? How was your stream? Welcome in, drink tea with me. Hi, Legatus Flux, aka Flux, aka Legatus, whichever my brain happens to say. Hi, Aurora Rose. Love that apron, thank you. I got it on Amazon. And my favorite part about it is it crisscrosses in the back. I'm somebody that doesn't like halter things hanging off of my neck, so this was perfect. I'm here for cookies. You're not a Snickerdoodle fan. Well, that's a shame. I love Snickerdoodles, but that's okay. More for me. More for me. You guys, if you don't know Legatus, he is one of my wonderful EBGG teammates. He does a lot of cozier games like 2 Point Museum and similar. He's a cute little otter VTuber. Yeah, VTuber. So you should definitely check him out. Yeah, no falling straps. No falling straps. Utterly unexpected. Oh my god, Seamus. I don't know if I can keep you as a mod. I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy has been streamed before, but no idea. You'd have to do your research. You love Snickerdoodles, Aurora? Me too. I'm a little snickerdoodled out because I've had them so often, but they are like my favorite cookie. Was a fun stream. Checked out Farlands, a space Stardew. Interesting. Fields of Mystria. I've seen a lot of people playing Fields of Mystria, so it's a good Stardew clone. Good to know. I wonder if L&D will play it. Has L&D played it? Do you know if L&D has played it like it is? Because if it's a Stardew clone... Oh, kitties get treats? Well, this will be exciting. Yeah. Steven would like you guys to have goodies. Yes, there's kitties. If you like starter, you love Mistria, awesome. Awesome, good to know. Turn this so that I have a spot to give them their goodies. Legatus, Raiders, if you need to raid and run, if you got to get post-stream self-care, please don't let me stop you. But I do appreciate the raid. I appreciate you bringing your community here. I'll take good care of them. Is Smeagol dead asleep? Nope, there he is. Yes, you get some too, Hera. Hey. Oh my gosh, you guys are going crazy. You guys are going crazy. Thank you for starting a hype train. I think that was a resubscription sound I just heard. You'd think I'd have it memorized, but you know. My brain, not always all there. Enjoy those, you guys. Those are from Steven. Yeah. So this one's Smeagol, and then that one with the more pattern markings is Hera. And they love goodies. They love their goodies. Let me wash my hands here real fast, and then I'll see. Then I'll see what happens. Ugh. Because nobody wants cat treat flavored chocolate chip cookies. You being good, Smeagol, you're not hogging Hera's. I'm very proud of you. Oh, we had more biddies. Bob Sanchavot, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. They're actually, so Smeagol's actually gray and Hera is kind of like stripy. Let me see if I tilt this down and I get out of the way if it'll. Yeah, the camera's just not showing it very well. You've eaten cookies with dog and horn. Oh my gosh, Carrie. Yes, the precious Smeagol. And she's done. Hera typically doesn't want as much as Smeagol does. You had chocolate, peanut butter, tuna, ice. Why, Legatus? Why? You weren't passing up cookies, Carrie? Understandable. It does. On this screen, it does look more void, but Smeagol is a gravy. He's a gray little boy. And then Hera, I think it's technically a tabby. Yeah, that sounds like ice cream I would avoid. Just spawned on the chair. Welcome in, Bob Sands. I hope you're doing well. Thank you again for the bits. How did you not see that cat before? You know, it happens. It does happen. I had to scroll up to see what I had missed. Regular store only sells the 12 pack. You know, that's okay. It's okay. Let me tilt that up a little bit and then we're going to spin back around. And then I'll adjust as needed because I'm sure the tilt is still too far down. Yep. There we go. There we go. Because one of the ice cream shops made weird flavors and you like to try weird things. You are a braver person than I am, Flux. Way braver. It was the only one of the weird flavors that didn't taste bad. How? How did it not taste bad? That's what I want to know. There are no nasty hobbitses coming for my cookies. Too well guarded. It's more well guarded than the ring. That does stink. That does stink, bay leaf, but it happens. Okay, we're going for our dry ingredients. So now, oh no, I have to beat in the eggs. I almost forgot the eggs. That would have been bad. I got distractimated. Crazy guy, you're streaking. Let's go. I don't think I actually have a time command. If you're wondering how long I've been at this, OBS says 2 hours, 45 minutes. It was better than their Dachshund Relish Cake Ice Cream. German chocolate cake, ice cream with hot dog. Why? 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 That's terrible. 3 extra cans of each flavor, nice. Okay, we need 4 eggs. Cracking them again one at a time because I don't trust that one of these eggs won't be yucky. And now that I'm paranoid, they're all gonna be fine. That's how this works. So there's one. Strawberry clam. Oh, what time it is here. It is 5:13 in the afternoon. So if you're in Finland, it should be 11:13 in the evening for you? Or is it just past midnight? Ugh, that's 2. I don't like egg albumin on my fingers, so I wipe it off immediately. It's a sensory thing. This is 3. Eggnog ice cream is pretty good. I like eggnog, though. I know that can be an acquired taste. What? So, Flux was telling us, crazy guy, that a local ice cream shop near him likes to do really bizarre flavors, and he tries them because he's way more adventurous than his stomach thanks him for. And maybe his taste buds. You're allergic to shellfish. Yeah, no, definitely you stay away from that then. Just past midnight, you have to wake up in 6 hours. You should probably get some sleep if possible then. I appreciate you being here, and like, you're definitely welcome, but don't forego your sleep for this. If you're tired, definitely get some rest. Seafood and ice cream is a war crime to you? I mean, it wouldn't be my first choice. Put this lone egg away. It would not be my first choice. I do want to try cucumber ice cream, though. So we need this one more time. Can't believe I almost forgot my eggs. Those cookies would not have stayed together. That is a binding agent. Yes, absolutely, Flex. Thank you again for the raid. Have a good rest of your day. And if you come back, we'll see you then. Straight up a psychopath. Weirdest I ever had was black licorice, and it actually wasn't that bad. Yeah. I would not do the black licorice ice cream either. No thanks. I'll pass. But I don't like black licorice flavor. Anytime we get a bag of traditional jelly beans, Seamus gets all of the black licorice ones. They are his and his alone. And when I do the bonbon cookies for Christmas with the gumdrops in them, those bags also come with black licorice flavored gumdrops, and Seamus gets all of those. Because I'm not going to play guessing games with who does and doesn't like black licorice. And one year I did make the black licorice flavor, and I asked ahead of time for everybody who was getting them, do you or do you not want black licorice flavor? And then I had to keep my notes out every time I was sorting those, and it was just too much. So no more. You don't like it either, Aurora? Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you. It's very much an acquired taste. All right, so now we're going to make our flour mixture, which is the flour, the baking soda, and the salt. So I need my really big one. It's in the drain board. It's in the drain board from when I made basic pancakes, not the really yummy ones that Fool made yesterday. Although I reheated some of them today and ate them for breakfast, and that was really kind of nice. Okay. So I need 4.5 cups of flour. You would try black licorice ice cream? Yeah, if you like black licorice, I'm sure you would enjoy that ice cream. You two are a lover of the black licorice? There you go. It was a savory ice cream. Interesting. I really want to try cucumber ice cream. That's an old-fashioned Victorian/Edwardian recipe. But I'd have to make it myself. But it sounds refreshing and amazing. It sounds refreshing and amazing. Ugh. Set that down carefully. So this will measure out 4 of my 4.5 needed cups, and then I just need to put a half a cup in on top of it. That's the strategy. Where's my halfer? There's my halfer. Yeah, Brandy, cucumber ice cream. Last days being... Oh, you think you'd be smarter to sleep them out? You know what? Happy early birthday, first and foremost. You really don't learn how to not be an insomniac just because you you tick over another decade. I'm one to know because I am 37 and I still have a lot of problems with my insomnia. In fact, it actually got worse as I got older because it turns out people with ADHD often have insomnia, and I had insomnia before like the ADHD exploded. And women crossing 30 is usually when their ADHD goes bonkers. So, because you know, hormones. In New York City, interesting. It's really good. I'll have to make sure I make it at some point, crazy guy. I've seen them, bay leaf, and it's disgusting. I don't understand. I was already bonkers. Shh, quiet, Seamus. Quiet. I need 2 teaspoons of baking soda and 2 teaspoons of salt. So we're going to dry out our teaspoon so it doesn't stick. If the ice cream doesn't have chocolate in it, you're not eating it. Well, Brandy, that's just limiting. That's just limiting. And I'm not going to put in the full teaspoon because I am using salted butter. So there's already some salt in there. It's more like 3/4 of a teaspoon. Oh, but I would have needed 2. So I need a little bit more. I need a little bit more.
I'm gonna need you to drink some water.
Give me a second. There. That'll do. Salt brings out the flavor, so it's not like it's as integral. It is, but it's not. It's not like the eggs that are going to hold it together. Thank you, Ben. At the age of 20, yeah. Yep. Being neurodivergent does have its interesting moments. Now we need 2 teaspoons of baking soda. Right? Yes. 1. I'm almost done with this box of baking soda. I may open the next one and just combine it. 2. Try to enjoy fruit ice creams and you can't do it. They're just not for you, Brandy. Well, more for me. More for me. Although, you did like the non-chocolate ice creams at Stewart's. I'm just saying. I don't understand the hot dog water either. I don't understand that either. All right, here's our sifter. Here's our mixture. I might have to do this in 2 passes. Just because there's a lot. Whoop. And it's okay if it spills over the edge because unlike in ye olden days, flour these days is pretty much pre-sifted. So it's not as super crucial. In it goes. Ugh. And then this it's like half and half. Beautiful. There. And then I need my other attachment. She likes to retain water. Okay, there we go. And we're gonna hand mix it so I don't end up with a cloud of flour in my face. And then we'll just roughly, and then we'll fully mix it with the actual mixer. It's your last day of being 36. Happy early birthday to you as well, crazy guy. Got a lot of birthdays. 'Tis the season for birthdays. Ugh. That up there. All hooked on. Let it go. Put that fine mist of flour in the air. Ugh. Sounded wrong. Sometimes it does. Stewart's is just different. Stewart's is different, Brandy. It's true. It's true. Stewart's is like the superior dairy products. And it's a shame for everybody else that it's local only to upstate New York and some parts of Vermont. Stewart's is so good it made it into a Simpsons episode, okay, in one of their songs. When they say that those of us in upstate New York are obsessed with Stewart's, it is not a lie. We are. It is local dairy. It is a family-owned business. They do a good job of taking care of their workers with benefits and stuff. Like, they have 100% profit sharing for retirement. So whatever you put in, they match 100%. And at the holidays, they're one of the few places that I would, like, donate money to instead of just making the donation myself, because they do a holiday match and they match it 100%. There's no cap. There is no cap. So if the customers raised $1 million by donating their change or whatever, Stewart's would put $1 million on top of it. Like, they're good like that. So they always raise for a local charity. I think last year we saw them doing it for Things of My Own, which is a charity that helps get Christmas gifts to children of lower income families. They're really cool. You canceled your future birthdays. You're not aging up anymore. You're over that. I wish that's how it worked, Brandy. I wish that's how it worked. Might just do the same. Yeah, it is amazing, isn't it, Wazo? You've had it too. See, that's why Suspenders needs to come to the East Coast. She has to experience Stewart's. 24 glorious ounces of chalky chip. Now, if my brother had his way, I would put 0 ounces of chocolate chips in these cookies. He likes the dough just as it is. And you've had withdrawals ever since? Yeah. Yeah. That's how it goes with Stewart's. You can never go back. I know people who grew up in this area, moved away for college, and never came back. And when I would visit, I would drive there. Their request when I said, can I bring you anything, would always be, can you get a cooler and bring me Stewart's ice cream? The answer was always yes, of course. Yeah, get those chalky chips down in there. Thank you for the hug, Patrick. I'm just gonna use this to slowly push it down to get the chocolate chips as thoroughly moved through the dough as possible. Okay. Fantastic. so much dough. I should get 10 to 12 dozen chocolate chip cookies. So we're gonna need like at least 9, if not 10 trays worth of cookies. I would estimate. This bowl is chock full. This is about, like, this is pretty much the maximum level of dough I can make in here. All at once. I'm really surprised that this mixer has held up as long as it has, because I put it through its paces. My aunts and uncle on my dad's side got this as a joint birthday Christmas gift for me. Gosh, like 6 or 7 years ago now. And I have put it through its paces. Dad and I have already agreed, because he really wanted to continue on the tradition from my mom of getting a KitchenAid for us girls as our wedding present when we got married. So I've already agreed with my dad, when Seamus and I finally tie the knot, he and I will go out and look at KitchenAids, because I would like an upgrade at this point. I use it enough, and he will buy me the mixer of my dreams. And that way, you know, he gets to uphold what my mom started. I have to wash my fingers anyway, so I'm licking them. All right, let me wash them. There's just so much dough on that hook. And that paddle attachment. And who knows? Maybe after stream, I will just lick the heck out of that attachment and eat all of that raw cookie dough, and Wazo's mom will gasp in horror. Okay, cleaning up our space so we have room for cookie trays. Brownies the other day, you ate the batter instead of baking them. Brandy, you have the same problem that many of my friends have. You must be strong. I can stick a little bride and groom to the top of the mixer, Wazo. I could. You got your dinner? Very good. Your friend who grew up in that area told you how to go there. Your friend was correct, Wazo. I had some chocolate chip cookies about 4 a.m. because my brother made them late last night, and I was up feeling snackish. You know what? I approve. You'll eat it with me? Heck yeah, Wazo. Heck yeah. That, like, I have never forgotten that fact, and it makes me chuckle every time. That your mom did food safety stuff and doesn't like people eating raw dough. And I get it. Like, if I worked in that field too, I probably also would be like, don't do it. Don't do it. But, you know, having not worked in that field, I don't have the same experience. So, I'm gonna eat all the dough. Right, I want to combine that. So I'm going to leave that down here rather than putting it all the way back in the cupboard. And then this goes over here. Excellent. Glorious. Ugh. Try to get it somewhat away from the sides. It's a lot of cookie dough, you guys. It's gonna be a lot of cookies. Gonna have to get my tall cookie jar out. Because between the humidity and the air conditioning, my grandmother's old one, which doesn't have a gasket to seal it, is not the best idea. Okay. These all get a wash. So into the sink. And then we can wipe this down a little. And this is for the sugar. That will be opened eventually. Like I said, OCD. The red one goes on the sugar. I was washing the tops of some cans of canned salmon off before opening. Husband looked at me like, what are you doing? I said I was rinsing the cans to get the dead bugs off of them, and then you pause. Something your mom told you. Know what though, Wazo? That is one thing I am paranoid about, is like nasty stuff on the top of my cans. So I at least wipe them down. I don't usually wash them, but I at least wipe them down, inevitably. But it's true. You know you shouldn't eat it, but you still eat it, yeah. And cookies are available. That's how I am, Patrick. If they're available, I'm going to. She's not food safety, just paranoid. I got you, Wazo. But it's true, like, where they keep cans and stuff, they can get all sorts of yucky things on them. Rodents cross them with their dirty little paws and whatnot. So I at least wipe them off. And I think it was my mom who taught me that habit too. So it's a mom thing. Apparently. These ones are going to go really fast. Because I don't have to roll them in anything. I just have to scoop them. Especially if they're fresh and a little warm. Yeah. Yeah. All right, this is going to have water come out of it at first. Dry it. So we have our same cookie scoop. I love that thing. And then the Snickerdoodles are not going to contaminate, like the imprints of them are not going to contaminate the chocolate chip cookies. So we're good there. It is a scooper duper recipe. It's true. All right. Oop. Is this an important... Hang on. This is work. I love it when people don't lead with their name and they text to my business. Like, yes, hello, random person whom I don't know how to address. Let me answer your question. The art of communication is lost on some people. You're the real life version of Cookie Monster. You know what? I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Right, I need to get a container for the Snickerdoodles. One moment. Keep an eye on that cookie dough. Make sure no cats jump up into it. Because they're jerks like that sometimes. Little turd balls about that. I love them, but my goodness. Troublemakers. Okay, there. All right. This will be a decent container for the Snickerdoodles until I package the bulk of them up to go out tomorrow. And with me getting up early, they should actually ship the same day. That'll be cool. Get them in, because I'm also going to need the cooling racks for the chocolate chip cookies. And like I said, these are going to go fast as far as putting them on trays. I don't have to roll them in cinnamon sugar or anything. So it's just scoop and drops. That's everything into a container. Excellent. Out of the way. We've cleared the decks. No blue waffles, Seamus. No. Mm-mm. No, no. Don't Google that. Uh-oh. We are in the red. We're in the red. Unlimited mobile data. Saw this recipe. It was like cookie baked in a baked dish, and when it came out, they would scoop. Yes, so you can make... Oh, we're back out of the red. You can make cookie bars, Brandy, and you can do it with this chocolate chip cookie recipe where you bake it in a dish, and then you can scoop it, like you can cut it like a brownie and put ice cream on it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, money is hard. Money is hard sometimes. work again. I didn't know if you had anything last minute. Sir, I'm closed on Mondays or Sundays. Today is Sunday. Or ma'am, I don't know. They didn't give a name. I don't know the gender. And here's the thing. It could be somebody who... Ugh, okay. I also don't take same day appointments, but I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not responding to that. They probably are not one of my actual clients if that's what they said, because like if they were an actual client, they probably would have led with their name. But I cannot look in my client listing by phone number to see if they are. Melted over the ice cream. It looks so good. Oh, interesting, Brandy. Oh, let's start scooping. Because that's all you do. You scoop it and you let it be. Although you may have to slide it because it sticks to the scoop. But here's what I also learned, for the record, about somebody who doesn't give their name and wants a last minute booking. It's usually a creeper. Especially if you have a website. And for the record, the only place to get my phone number is off of my physical website. So they've been there and they've been down at the bottom where my hours are. It's the only way to get the phone number at this point. So should have seen my hours and seen that I am closed on a Sunday. And you know, if you did 2 more seconds of reading, you would also see that I don't take same day appointments. Minimum of 36 hours lead time. So actually, I shouldn't have anybody for Monday. I don't think you can book Mondays right now. Now, I will say this. I'm not heartless. If one of my well-known clients were to contact me and ask me, do you have anything available today because I did X, Y, or Z? You're already established. I already know you. I know you're not going to just not show up, or you're going to ask for inappropriate things when you get there, so on and so forth. If I had the ability, I would say yes. If they wanted something in under 36 hours and I could do it, I would say yes. Because they're established. That's the whole point of being an established client. But if you're brand spanking new, after the experiences I have had, I'm sorry, but professionally, I'm going to hold you to my policies. They're there for a reason, and it's because people were jerks. I even had to make a policy that said you can't enter my office until 10 minutes prior to your appointment, because I had somebody show up 30 minutes early for their appointment once. 30 minutes! And enter. And then expect me to just stop what I was doing because they were there. And they entered and they just started like trying to take their clothes off. They didn't want to do their health history intake. And I should have just said no to the appointment right then and there. But I was still relatively new. I was still trying to grow. I was still trying to get my name out there. So I was like, no, it's fine. It's fine. But they didn't get what they wanted, tried to stiff the bill. And then when I read them off the price, they were like, well, you didn't give me 90 minutes on the table. Never mind the fact that I did, because we started early because they got there a half an hour early, and I ended a little early because they got there half an hour early. So of course I'm not going to take it right up to the very last minute that they were there. But also, like, you tried to stiff the bill. So you're kind of an asshole. And it was a guy. So he's probably looking for a little bit of a happy ending, which is a humongous absolutely not. I just, to avoid the confrontation, I discounted it. And I told him we would never do this again. And he left, and then he sent me threatening text messages. So that was the day I was like, absolutely not. You cannot arrive more than 10 minutes early. I almost closed my business after that day. I was so shook up. That lack of professionalism on their part it's really gross. Drink tea with me. A warm cookie with ice cream is really top tier, Brandy. I agree. Didn't make you want to do business with them? Crazy, right, Brandy? Crazy. Yeah, super rude. Super rude. Thankfully, I've only ever had one interaction like that in person where I was so shaken up that I really thought about quitting. Thankfully. I'm not the only one. There are a multitude of female massage therapists who have gotten to the point that they don't take male clients because of the problems. Hi, Rain, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, we've already made the Snickerdoodles. Now I'm working on the chocolate chip cookies. How is Resident Evil 0 going, Rain? I see you brought me over to Epic, which is perfect. Because Epic is doing her 4-year partnerversary. Gotta eat, absolutely, Brandy. Yeah, heck sleazy, guys. Agreed. Agreed. So yeah, there's a multitude of female massage therapists that will not take male clients. And I feel bad because there are many male clients that legitimately need work, but it's a few bad apples ruining it for the rest of everybody. It's also why, like, outside of my close friends and family, I do not tolerate nor participate in jokes about happy endings. Because it's my reality. Like, it is not funny to me when it's my reality of having inappropriate text messages and stuff, which is why my phone number is only available in one place now. Like, I have to live this so frequently that it's no longer a ha-ha funny. Which is sad, because I like to be lighthearted about as much things as possible. Think you're about to leave the training facility. Oh, that's exciting, Rain. Yeah, and then you have to hide a body, and nobody needs that kind of hassle. Exactly. Yeah, thank you, Drink Tea with Me. You need a pig farmer, you know a guy? That's a great way to hide a body. Just saying, for science, for scientific purposes, for legal reasons. Yeah, oh my God, where did we go after the training facility in Resident Evil 0? Like, I can picture it, I just can't remember what it was called. I don't remember it was called like the Underground or something. To pull the teeth. Exactly, Bean. That's the trophy. But yeah, no, I do have some fantastic male clients. And that, honestly, that's the only reason I never went to that. And if I went to a female only clientele, I would have to do, like, I wouldn't be able to have new clients just book online, which can hurt discoverability. But the main reason why I've never gone to female only is legally, I shouldn't be working on Seamus if that's the case, because it's considered an exception under the law that isn't allowed. And I do have some fantastic male clients that I wouldn't want to have to say, hey, sorry, but some random newcomer that I'm never going to see again has ruined it. And since I don't want any new male clients, you're going to have to go. Like, I didn't want to have to do that. So, you know what I should do? I should turn on the oven to preheat. 375 Fahrenheit. Because I'm going to get all of these trays together and then not have an oven ready for the cookies. Something else I'm hoping in a more positive light for massage is I'm getting ready. I'm going to rebrand. After the waitressing experience, reigniting my passion for massage the way it was before, I've determined that rebranding is the next step that I need to do to try and A, garner more business, and B, get rid of creepers, because I'm going to niche down. So I'm going to niche down into medical massage. I am going to be focusing specifically more on people who have chronic pain that they need to manage, people who had an injury that they're recuperating from. So I'm working alongside people who are actively in like physical or occupational therapy, people who've just had surgery and they're at the post-surgical state where massage makes sense and is safe, people who are in like high stress jobs and need it for their mental health, people with mental health concerns where massage therapy is proven to be helpful. So things like that, that's what I want to work with. There are also conditions that massage is indicated for, like piriformis syndrome, TMJ, chronic migraines. So I really want to focus in on more of that medical puzzle. I've already adjusted my services to get rid of the shiatsu, which I love. Like, shiatsu is amazing. It is an Eastern form of massage that focuses on the meridians, much like acupuncture, and it uses acupressure instead to do the massage. Like, it's amazing. It does really good work, but it's very different from medical massage, and if I'm niching down, it has to go. I got rid of aromatherapeutic massage. Nobody's ever taken me up on it, so there's no point in continuing to offer it. And I'm no longer going to do energy work out of my office. So I've already removed those in preparation for the big switcheroo. So I'm hoping a rebranding and a niche helps me out immensely. Do you want to build a snowman called Will You Help Me Hide a Body just popped in your head? Yes. There is a real need for that, right, Rain? And I don't think it's something that is super explored. I'm looking into what CEUs I can take that specifically target those kinds of things so that I can be as prepared as possible for these clients and their needs. Like, I know for a fact that they've done research on autism and massage therapy. They've done research on ADHD and massage therapy, depression and anxiety. So I'm really, like, I'm excited for this change and to work with people who are coming in with something that they'd like to solve or to manage. Because I also know plenty of people with chronic pain, and, you know, medication can only do so much for that. The pain's always going to be there. Massage can also only do so much for it. It's not like massage is this magical cure-all, because if it were, we would earn a lot more money. Let me tell you what. But it, like, paired with other pain management techniques, it can lower the reliance on medication. It can improve quality of life for people. It's a beautiful thing, and I want to be able to work in that sector. That's my goal. And of course, I'll still offer prenatal massage because pregnancy is, at the end of the day, beautiful, but also a medical thing. So prenatal's still on my radar. And for close friends, I actually am trained in labor and delivery massage as well. And that, now there's an animal, labor and delivery massage, like, whew. There's a whole bunch of legal ramifications to that, though, for liability, which is why, aside from, you know, the whole getting a phone call at 2 a.m. because your client is in labor and needs you, it is the red tape that stopped me from ever fully pursuing offering labor and delivery massage. But I've done it for a friend. Pain is so different for everyone too. So having an option, like, yes, exactly, Rain, exactly. Because yeah, there are people out there that are going to respond really well to massage. And then they might be like, I don't really need the pain meds, or I can drop down to a half dose. Or instead of taking it, you know, 3 times a week, I only need it on Monday. And if I can do that for somebody, more power to me and more power to them, because it gives back so much. Now, if only, and this is twofold, if only insurance covered it, and at the same time, insurance actually paid properly to massage therapists, because I have heard the horror stories from states with massage therapists where they can take insurance. And I've heard the horror stories from chiropractors too, who are no longer taking insurance, about how insurance, like, you might charge $100 for the service and insurance is like, yeah, well, I'm going to give you $30 because I think that's what it's worth. And so in order to make it back up, you charge extra, but now you aren't allowed legally to discount it for the people without insurance because it's considered discrimination. And so that same product that used to be $100 has to be $200, so that insurance, who's only paying 30% of it, will give you 60, so you're closer to what you need. Like, it's a joke. It's a joke, and it's a sham, and it's a shame. So, unfortunately, not everybody can afford massage therapy. And I wish it wasn't the case, but that is not the reality that I live in. It's just not. Is my oven not heated yet? No. It's not. Let's get this down off the edge. Now it is. That was the beep. I don't think the beep comes through on stream. I don't think it does, but we can put our first tray in for 8 minutes. It usually bakes at 10 to 12, but like I said, my trays and oven is working faster by 2 minutes, so I will be doing 8. So first tray goes in. Let's go chocolate chip. Oh, my ears just popped. That felt really good. We start ye old timer. Music is wrapping up. Let's go, Carrie. Trying to underpay everyone. Yeah, insurance really is. Because it wasn't paying out near close, which is worth, yeah. Because she was too expensive otherwise. Yep. And that is the struggle, Rain. That is the struggle. There are even doctors now that are branching out on their own because A, insurance isn't paying enough, but B, a lot of doctors' offices are owned by like hospital conglomerates, which have gone corporate. And in my opinion, personally, I feel like healthcare should be not for profit when it's something that people need in a life or death style situation. So like chiropractors are not life or death. Massage therapists are not life or death. Acupuncturists are not life or death. Your nutritionist is probably not life or death, but your GP is doing stuff that like discovering things that could be life or death. Like it's a different ball game. I feel like that should be not for profit. Insurance should be regulated. And these corporate hospital conglomerates shouldn't be forcing doctors to only have like 15 minutes per patient and not be able to actually talk to their patient. They're just there to do the brief once over and then keep moving because they've got 700 other people to see in one day. Yeah, I think that would be a good change. I also think education should be not for profit. Just my opinion. I don't think, at least as far as community colleges go, okay, if you want to go to like a big renowned university that's privately owned, that's a different thing. But anything that's like community or state run, because like we've got the SUNY colleges, the State University of New York, should be not for profit, so that people have the option. Got your gallbladder taken out and got a survey afterwards, like it was just an average everyday customer service trends. Yeah, yep. Yes, sir, I had a lovely time electing to remove an organ that was trying to kill me. Right, Rain? Right? But at the same time, sometimes I appreciate those surveys so that I can say good things about people who did a positive for me. Like if Nurse Jody was really good to me and made sure I had an extra blanket and helped calm me down because I was nervous and so on and so forth, I'd love to recognize them in a survey. But it's also a really good opportunity if like Nurse Billy was just a miserable pile of crap, didn't care, didn't give me warning before sticking me with the IV, was just grumpy and clearly having a bad day, and I ended up being the one who took the brunt of it. Like, you know, one of those things where it's like, yeah, my care was subpar and you should be aware of this. But I get it too, because those people are often overworked and they're not in a good environment. But yeah, no, it is kind of weird to get the survey. It is kind of weird to get the survey. I used to, for my old primary care, I used to get a survey after every visit. How did we do? How did we do drawing your blood? I don't know. You draw my blood like once every few months. You always take them to shout someone out. Yes. Allegedly, the hospital here won't get any funding if they don't send them out. It is kind of crazy how it works. It is kind of crazy how it works. They've got some of the strangest rules and regulations. And I don't envy anybody who has to work inside those systems. When I did the labor and delivery massage CEU, the person who was teaching it had actually gotten like approval at one of our local hospitals for her to staff in the labor and delivery section some massage therapists to be on call if this was something patients wanted, and the hospital would pay the massage therapist and they would be covered under the hospital's liability, so on and so forth, and it'd be an option for people coming in to give birth. And at first it was like, this is kind of tempting, but now I'm really glad that I do not work for a hospital. I do not want to. No desire. I want to be in control. And that's also, you know, similarly not taking insurance. I want to be in control. I want to charge the prices that I think are fair and that will also pay my bills and pay me, which means eventually I may have to raise my prices again, but not yet. Yeah, it's just one of those things. You know what? I can sit. I'm going to look real short, but I can sit while I wait for trays because it's going to take a minute. We got 2.5 minutes. I can get off my feet and I can still see the chat. Get that little bit of soot off of here from the bottom of the tray where it was on the, the rack. So yeah, I know. Oh God, I hate raising my prices. I always get so nervous when I have to put that email out. But I think probably when I make the change in January, that's my goal, is to make the shift in January to go from what I am now to what I want to be, and I rename my services and I update my service menu. I really kind of want to go back to just charging the same across the board. So I'm going to bring my lower massage up to match my more expensive massage, because deep tissue always costs more money because I need to exert more effort. But I'm going to be relabeling them. So one massage is going to be dedicated to, I'm working, and I may put it in 3 categories. I'm working on mental health, and then one that you can select if I'm working on chronic pain, and one you can select of I'm working on a soft tissue issue, right? And instead of detailing like what style of massage I'm doing, it's going to be what kind of targeting am I doing. Rudu, hello, welcome in. How are you? You need to raise your prices too, but damn, what do you do, Rudu? I feel like you're a cosmetologist. We got 1 minute on the clock. 1 minute. I'm gonna have to get more water soon too. You are, yeah. Gosh. Yeah, if it's been a while since you raised them, you probably do, especially, and this is part of what sucks about owning a business, as inflation happens, as the economy shifts, you know, the price of eggs go up. I still have to buy those same eggs as everybody else. I'm not getting a discount because I own the business. I have to raise my prices to make sure I can still afford to live. It's been about 2 years. Yeah, and if you've only been making the bare minimum, you probably are at that point where it's like, I gotta raise them again. Me personally, when I go to raise my prices, I do look around at what other people are charging, because there's nothing wrong with being the premium. But if you know, Megan down the street is charging $90 for an hour and John over across the way is charging $95, if I come out here and I'm like, yeah, but I want $120 an hour, I might price myself right out of the market. All right, let me take one out, put one in. So you gotta be mindful. You gotta be a little mindful. So I try to be within $10 of somebody else who's a sole practitioner. It's gone up so much, yeah, then you gotta raise prices. You gotta raise prices if that's the case. Because if the products you're using is costing you more, like, you don't want to be underwater doing your job. You don't want to be. Oh, feels good to sit. So the cookies that are on the tray right now will cool for about the length of time that those cookies are in the oven, and then I'll get up and take them off, and we'll do the switchy swappity. Yeah, not at all, exactly. Just not a good way to do business. Not a good way. Being a business owner is hard, and it like anybody who owns a business and has to raise prices knows how nerve-wracking it is to send out that email and put up the notice of effective date goes here, prices will be insert price. Because like there's always going to be one or two people that complain. They're going to be like, oh, everything's so expensive these days. I had hoped you wouldn't raise your prices. Or, oh, I don't know if I can afford that. Like, there's always going to be somebody that says that. And we don't want to hear it. We understand that it sucks. We didn't want to have to raise our prices, but we also don't want to be struggling to live because we don't want to raise our prices. Sometimes you might lose some clients who are just, going to try to find a cheaper alternative. But usually if you're staying within the market value for the area, they'll just stick around because they realize that, yep, well, I can't find it cheaper. Yeah, it's so damn hard. It's so damn hard. This is like the nitty gritty behind the scenes of business owning that most people don't know about. Between that and taxes, oh God. A good accountant is worth every penny if you own a business. Like, let me tell you what, I do not do my own taxes. I do my own bookkeeping. I'm perfectly comfortable doing my own bookkeeping, but when it's tax time, my tax accountant, who has been a family friend for years, told me what he needs broken out. I break it out and I just email him that and he does my taxes for me. It's way better. Because I don't want to make the mistake that I probably will. And it was one thing when I was just doing massage, but now that I also have Twitch on top of it and other miscellaneous income, like if I get a photography freelance gig or, I go do a dog sitting job for a while or something, like, I don't know. There's a lot of random ways you can make money in this world. I don't want to have to be the one to figure out how much of what goes where. That is what a tax accountant is for. If you have any sort of complication to your taxes, I highly recommend just hiring somebody who knows what they're doing to do it for you. I cannot recommend that enough. And for what it's worth, if you are a business owner, it's a tax write-off. You can write off that money every year. Oh, it had to have been a kid outside. I heard like a screech. Give it a spin. I need my foot to help me to guide it. There we go. Let's get these cookies off the tray. I'm so excited for chocolate chip cookies. Which do you guys prefer? Do you prefer Snickerdoodles or chocolate chip? I'm definitely more of a Snickerdoodle fan myself, but this time around I really want the chocolate chip. I really want the chocolate chip cookies this time. And I think it's because I've been making Snickerdoodles so often and not chocolate chip that I really want the chocolate chip. It's just so yummy. So very, very tasty. And then once these are all on here, we can start putting more cookies on this tray. Glorious. It's a beautiful thing. I have 2 bookkeepers, one in Estonia and one in Finland. You hate dealing with the paperwork? Hey, fair enough. Fair enough. Paperwork can be pretty maddening. We got 3 minutes on the clock. So I'll spin you guys back around. I might be able to fully tray this set of cookies in 3 minutes. Cutting it close. But since it's just scoop and plop, except for when it sticks to the cookie scoop, you know, like it sometimes does. But this is why, like this cookie scoop with chocolate chip cookies is why it's so easy for me to bang out a double batch and not blink an eye. Blink an eye, bat an eye? Not bat an eye. I'll get my phrase right, don't worry. Sometimes my brain just, you know, misremembers. Just one of those things. I also highly recommend, if you don't use air bakes, but you like to bake, that you do use air bakes, because as you can see, I need 0 parchment paper. It's a really nice feature to not need the parchment. They also cool off relatively quickly once you get them away from heat, and they cook more evenly, or bake rather, because it gets the hot air in between the layers of the tray and it spreads out. So it's not just based on where the if you're using a gas stove like me, at least, no, I think it's electric, but anyways, where the heating element is, it's not confined to just where the heating element is. Welcome back, Seamus. Where'd you go? Oh. Yeah, I'm not going to be ready to eat for probably another hour. Grill's all set up, though. That's exciting. The burgers after stream are gonna be so nummy. Oh, yeah, that's important to make sure we have enough charcoal. Oh. You miss gas stoves. I have a gas range bean. I can't do it without a gas range. I don't understand how anybody... Oh, we have 14 seconds on the clock. I did get that done in 3 minutes. I don't understand how people cook on electric. I've tried. It's not for me. All right, let me pull cookies out and put another tray in. And then we wait a few minutes for these to cool off some. Thus will be the cycle. I'd be going twice as fast if I was at my dad's house because I'd have double ovens. Start the timer. Glorious. We're up to 106 cookies. $106. Let me take a peek at this. Stop staring at me. Okay. Oop, wrong button. I need my timer. Thank you. Reiki classes years ago at your non-denominational church. And now the building is a Muslim institute. That's a big change. Reiki was something I took for myself. So I confused a lot of people when I said I'm only a Reiki master. I'm not a Reiki master teacher. I didn't get my teacher side of it until like 6 years after I became a Reiki master, because it was personal. I wanted it for me. I didn't necessarily want it to give to others. I wanted it for myself. It was a method for me to help try to get my IBS under control and sort my life a little bit. But as I matured into it, I found that I wanted to give it. And I had people asking if I could teach. And so I eventually went back and got Reiki Master Teacher. But the person who taught me is a friend. So I had the option to just not immediately be teacher certified. Electric stoves are crap at getting stable they are. You're always stuck frying either way, too low or burning. Yeah, Bean. That's exactly why I like gas. And I know Hochul wants to make it that all of New York State goes electric only. And I have 2 questions for her. And the first question is, who's paying for this? Because I sure as shit am not retrofitting my house for electric everything. And second, what are you gonna do for all of these houses in the northern country, which is a lot? It's the bulk of the land of the state that they don't have like the ability to be retrofitted for electricity only. Like their heating is oil or their heating is liquid propane. Some of them still use wood stoves. Like, you're telling me all of these people have to retrofit their house. She also wants to go purely to electric vehicles. And again, that might work great down in New York City, but it ain't gonna work up in upstate New York where you can go 20 miles between exits on the highway over a mountain. Like, we have heard the stories of people who are coming into town from like out in Ohio. They're in like a state in Ohio. They're in a city in Ohio where they had an electric car and they decided to drive into New York State thinking that coming from Buffalo and down I-90 to Albany, or even to go all the way to the city, that they're going to be fine in their electric vehicle, and they get stranded because you go through so many of these like middle of nowhere areas that there's no electric charging ports. And it doesn't make sense to put them in because it's population 2,000. There's just no point. These are small little blips on the map. So yeah, like, it might make sense to make New York City all of electric everything, but upstate New York, it doesn't make sense at all. You took the 3 levels that were available, self, others, and distance. See, that's not how, I guess that is how Reiki would be taught, yeah. When I learned it, it was Reiki level 1, level 2, and level 3. And when you finish level 3, you could be a master or a master teacher, depending on if you took the teacher level. Let's take some off of the tray. And then I'll have approximately 3 minutes again. I might have pushed this a little longer because we have 3.5 on the clock. Regardless, these need to come off. Reiki is very interesting. It's definitely something that either you believe in it or you don't. There's not much in between. And I know that Reiki goes against some religions, and that's why, because I will intuitively do energy work during my massage if I don't consciously think about it. I have it right in my agreement that if you can't read 2 paragraphs of agreement, I'm sorry, it's on you. But I have it right in my agreement that massage might contain energy work. And if you don't want this, you need to let me know. Otherwise, you are consenting by signing below. So I have a comment section that people can leave me notes if they need to just say, hey, no energy work. And I'm okay with that. And then I will focus on it and not unconsciously give it to them because it's, you know, harmless in my opinion. But some people don't feel that way. There are some belief systems that don't feel that way. And I respect that. Like, I'm not gonna force it on anybody that doesn't want it. But I have had people tell me, and this is the part that I'm like, you poor person. I've had at least one person tell me that they don't get massages because they don't want energy work. And they won't even go to get a massage by somebody who's been, like, they've trained in energy work at all. And in New York State, energy work is part of the training as you learn modalities to make up for the 1,000 hours that we need. So you sample doing energy work. You learn about polarity. You learn about craniosacral therapy. So on and so forth. Reiki is not covered under massage school because it is not a massage modality. And if it were, you'd need a license to practice it. But I digress. This poor person, because of their faith, who could desperately use massage for their chronic illnesses, will not seek it out and does not even trust me, even though I am their daughter-in-law's sister. They do not even trust me to not send them energy work during massage. I'm not going to force them. I'm not going to argue with them, but I do feel bad that their belief is that hindering, because it could do such beautiful work for them. 1, 2, and 3, your teacher just focused on each level on a different form. Ah, gotcha. Yep, there's always an attunement. Always an attunement. Which I have seen some people be a little pretentious about their Reiki. They know how to trace their master back to Usui. I could care less about my lineage. And they feel that people can't practice Reiki without being attuned. And I'm like, how did Usui attune himself? He just came into it. Like, other people can do that too. And then find the symbols or whatnot and use them. It's not that exclusive. Timer. So I don't understand that, that exclusivity that some people demand. But that's just me. That's just me. And I've seen it. I've seen people get real uppity about it. Because one of my shiatsu teachers in school for massage therapy, she was talking about it in a CEU she was teaching that I was taking, and how she, was doing with some of her energy work. She was using the symbols because she wanted to offer that protection and whatnot. And there are specific symbols for protection for those who are unaware, who have never taken a Reiki class. And oh my God, these 2 other women were just like, are you attuned? You can't be using those symbols without attunement. It's bad. And I'm thinking to myself, what? She's already doing energy work, doing shiatsu, and she's been doing shiatsu for 20 years. I think she'll be okay using chokure for protection. You're not gonna hurt somebody by finger drawing a symbol on their back. I was blown away at that level of thought. Don't get it. I do not understand it. Can't we all be friends and get along? Can't we all be friends and get along? Apparently not with them. Yeah, some people are naturally gifted to sensing and using energy. I was one of mine. That was your ex, yeah. Your ex was something. Your ex was something, Seamus. I don't miss her. I need more water, you guys. I'm gonna be off screen for a moment while I make that happen, because I need a little lemonade powder in it to cut the city water taste. And I can't do the squeezy things because stevia and monk fruit and other sugar alcohols like sucralose and fake sugars like aspartame all irritate my IBS. So it's real sugar or bust. So I use the 4C lemonade powder because it's just regular sugar and turmeric powder for coloring. And I don't use a lot, it's just a little. And then it's water. Glorious hydrating water. Had my Creo brew this morning. That was delicious. I took a nap. Oh my gosh, if you're not in the Discord, you don't know this. So I was clipping the peak VOD from almost 2 weeks ago now. It was holding up the works. It was massively holding up the works because I just didn't want to take the time to deal with straws make good stirring sticks. I didn't want to take the time to deal with having to watch it all back since Twitch randomly didn't save that VOD. I was having massive issues with my connection. So Twitch didn't save that VOD, and I therefore had no markers to go back to check against. I got so motion sick watching this VOD back. Oh my God. I finally had to be like playing word games on my phone so that I could still listen and not lose concentration on what I was hearing so that I could clip the moments. And then after I got done, I was sleepy from the motion sickness, and I had motion sickness, so I had to take a nap. Just looked at my last certificate. It says Reiki Master Practitioner, and as of Christmas, it will be 11 years. That's amazing. That's amazing, Red Wing. 11 years. God, when did I get my Reiki? It was before I got my massage, so I've got to be closing in on... It can't be 20. I didn't know Rick that long ago, but it's probably close to 14 or 15 years. It's been a while. I almost feel like I could take 3 minutes off of these, but I'm not going to. I think 3 minutes would be a little too much. Gotta get my cookie jar out soon, though. Gotta get the cookie jar out soon. Some people are gonna be very happy when they get their cookies. My feet will be very happy when I'm done baking. I should have probably put shoes on, but I just didn't want to. I just wanted to stay in my slipper socks, you know? I just wanted to stay in my slipper socks. But they're not very supportive, so my feet are suffering for it. It's okay. I'll sit eventually. Like sit, not just have a moment. Mork, hello, welcome in. How are you? Did I get it when we were together? I could have swore I had it already. No, I definitely started it while I was with Steve. I may have finished while we were together, but I started when I was with Steve. Yes, cookies. I had a connection to energy. Whoop! Jazz, thank you for the resubscription. I appreciate it. How are you? I have moth sticks. I worked an 8-hour shift. You had 8 hours off. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you need all the help, Jazz. Holy crap. That's a lot. And you taught yourself how to... That's awesome, Red Wing. I love that. Didn't know you did Reiki. I have level 1. That's awesome, Mork. When did you get your level 1? I'm doing good. How about yourself? Yeah. Yep, I've done Reiki, my gosh, for a long time now. Yeah, because I started my level 1, Seamus, or I had gotten my level 1 when you were doing the Wicca 101 classes that I took, because I was curious and I didn't want to just find any old random book. So I already had started Reiki when you were still with the ex. But you're correct. I didn't get to level 3 until after I got away from Steve. And I didn't get my teacher training until after I was in school for massage. And I think it was after I got out of school for massage that I pursued it. Just had to let go of somebody for stealing. Oh, Jazz, that's so bad. 6 nights a week is rough. You got yours in 2012 or 2013. That's awesome. Are you thinking about going back for level 2, or are you just going to stick with level 1? There's no harm in saying I only wanted level 1. Like, Reiki is a personal journey. Most things are a personal journey, let's be honest. Ouch. I pinched myself with the scooper. I pinched my finger. I recommend against doing that action. I'm getting there in the bowl. Getting down there. Yeah. Yeah, your ex was pretty petty. Oop, timer. Dismiss. Out you come, cookies. They smell so good. One comes out, one goes in. Just a nice cycle. Just a nice cycle. Start. Add cookies. Don't pinch fingies. Oops, already did. You moved country since then. Oh, yeah. Finding somebody else is not always easy. There was a time for a little bit, and it was around 2010 to like 2015, I want to say, that Reiki experienced a huge boom, and you could find classes everywhere. And I feel like it's died down, and you can't do that anymore. Tim Hortons has a thing for celebrating 25 years of Harry Potter. You're hooked on the Patronus lemonade. You know what? If it doesn't support the author at all, I think it's fine to be like, yeah, I'm here for it. Yeah, I wouldn't support J.K. Rowling at this point, but I grew up with Harry Potter. I grew up with Harry Potter, and I know a lot of people who did. So like, I would easily make earrings or something in the house colors, because you paying me for earrings in your house colors definitely does not support the author. But at this point, I would never buy any of her books. I wouldn't go to a movie if it supported her. I would buy used if I wanted to get my hands on something. Because Harry Potter was life-changing for a lot of us, and it sucks that she turned out the way she did. Yep, you love the world of Harry Potter, but you detest the author. Exactly. Yep, exactly, Bean. Exactly. Yeah, it's a shame. And it's a case, Mama Jeannie, hello, welcome in, how are you? It's a case of if she had just like stayed quiet, nobody would have known. Nobody would have known. Sometimes it's better not to put your thoughts out on social media. You know? But, you know, you do you, and your actions have consequences. I need my cookie jar. And my cookie jar is down here. Ugh. Out of the way, Ninja. Mo better. No money for her. She's, yeah. You were wondering where I store 138 cookies, so the just shy of 5 dozen Snickerdoodles are here. And then I'm gonna put as many of the chocolate chip in here as I can, and then I'll get another one of those containers for the rest of them. And we gotta take some off of the cooling rack so that I have room on the cookie sheet, or room for the ones on the cookie sheet. Scot-free from licensing, but the donuts and the golden what? How in the heck? How in the heck? Okay, Timmy's. Okay. That's weird, Jazz. That's really weird. Like a chain in, I don't know how vast Timmy's is in Canada, but a chain in Canada ends up with some sort of licensing to J.K. Rowling and Warner Bros. That's just wild to me. That is just wild to me. So I fill the cookie jar, and then from there, I will fill other container, the Tupperware. And then tomorrow when I'm packaging cookies to go out, I will pull from the Tupperware first, get into the cookie jar if I need to, bake more if necessary, and then people are getting cookies in the mail. Because that's how we roll here, so that I physically don't roll. If I ate all of these cookies by myself, you would be rolling me into establishment, let's be honest. Because I love to bake and I love to eat what I baked. So having people who want to make purchases for the sake of my waistline is very helpful. And it helps offset the cost of ingredients. Because things aren't cheap. Unfortunately. Gone are the days of $1 a gallon for gas. Gone. I'm not gonna try to squeeze back through there again. That didn't work too well the first time. A little over 2 minutes on the clock. So we can start scooping. You're celebrating your 1-year mod anniversary, Bubbly. Let's go! Hi, Bubbly. How are you? Golden Snitch Timbits. So they're part of the license purchasing. Okay, that makes sense, Jazz, but it's still wild. How to make Snickerdoodles. We don't have them here, and you try to drink flavored like them. You absolutely need them, and you're like, so I have the recipe in my Discord, Mork, but I don't know. They call for shortening. You'd have to, if you don't have shortening where you are, you would have to substitute probably for butter, and I don't know how that would change the flavor. $1 again. I know, that's so long ago, isn't it, Wazo? It's been a busy and emotional. Oof. I hope you're doing better at this point. I am doing good. My feet hurt, but I'm doing good. I'm excited and ready for cookies. I'll have to sample a chocolate chip in a moment. Maybe when I pull the next tray out, I'll sample one before I go back to scooping. Because the scooping goes fast. Like a cookie scoop was one of the best things added to my baking arsenal. I cannot recommend a cookie scoop enough for anybody who makes a lot of cookies that are of this nature. You've been dancing around $6 a gallon, Wazo. Oh my God, and I thought it was bad that we were just over 4. Lard is the sub for shortening. Very good. Shortening is vegetable fat, but it's solidified. It's solidified vegetable fat, so it's been processed so that it'll stay solid at room temperature. So it's like Crisco. Crisco is a typical name brand, but yeah, lard would also do it. Got 22 seconds on the clock. Yeah, because like Snickerdoodles commercially are made terribly. They're not made right. They're just glorified sugar cookies rolled in cinnamon sugar, and they're awful. Proper Snickerdoodles are delicious. Seamus didn't like Snickerdoodles. Oop, there's a timer. Seamus didn't like Snickerdoodles until he tried mine out of politeness, and then he was a changed man. Dismiss. Let's pull the tray. Gloves on for safety. Ugh. Yes, this has to be the top tray. I'm very particular about making sure I rotate these. Next one in. Oh, fantastic. Let me grab a cookie. Let me start the timer. You'll have to have an investigation of that one. You have to find a suet alternative for English mince pies here. So you probably can. I would think that if it's for English mince pies, you'd have all the ingredients living on that side of the pond. That's surprising. Got 2 moving totes worth of stuffed dough. Oh gosh. Ooh, jambalaya. I've never had it, but it sounds good. You'd love some homemade hot cookies. Yeah. Cutting up the veggies for you tonight. Let's go. Oh, yep. Crisco is shortening. That is shortening. $5.46 per gallon for you roughly with the... Oh, God. Wow. I never would have thought New York would have cheaper gas, but here we are. Cookie porn, as I've been told. So good. That's so rough, Jazz. Diesel is always more expensive. I pity people who need diesel. My brother used to be one of them. Fantastic. I needed this. Seamus doesn't get any cookies for what you said earlier today. Okay, Bubbly. Put him in timeout. Okay. $7.49 a gallon. Oh, it's like, I want to say it's a little over $5 a gallon here. Seamus and I had done a bus conversion. Unfortunately, the engine has given up the ghost, but we weren't sure how we were going to be taking that bus anywhere because it runs on diesel, and diesel had gotten so expensive. That's so expensive, Jazz. My little car, which is 10 years old at this point, gets about 38 to 39 miles to the gallon. So it takes me roughly right now between $28 and $35 to fill it up, depending on how far I let it get down. Because it's only a 10-gallon tank. So I normally don't need more than 7 gallons, but sometimes I'm pushing 9. You come put me in timeout, oh boy. Oh boy, Seamus is being spicy. $200 to fill it from empty. Oh God, that's so painful. It costs less than $100 to fill from empty. And yet, because it's still more expensive than my car, we take my car most places. Especially if we're traveling. It's not Seamus's favorite because it's a small car and he's a tall dude, but you can't beat the mileage that my car gets unless you have something better. But I'm not paying the price it would cost to get something better. Especially because my car is paid off, so I don't have a car payment. And I like it that way. Less loans are good for me. I have student loans to pay, man. I still got like 21 grand on my student loan from when I went to school for photography to pay off. And so long as Seamus and I keep at it where we are, it should be done in about a little over 3 years. And then I have 0 debts to my personal name, which will be kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Yep, we're gonna have to be pulling cookies off of here again. We're running out of space. I've only made a few cookies. I don't understand why I'm running out of space, you guys. Nobody believes me, but you know, that's what I'm gonna say. That's the top tray. Let me move some cookies. You're not eating the cookies to make me space, Seamus. It took me a minute to register what he said and what he meant. Gonna have to go get a Tupperware soon. And now that they're like slightly mixed up, I'm gonna push the warm ones over here. It's a little harder to tell. This one. This is the last one. And that's the cookie jar. Yeah, so these can come closer over here. So now I know it's starting cool and then it gets hotter. Where's my lid? Hopefully it fits. And then I need Tupperware. And then the timer's probably gonna go off. Okay. There's that. We got 1.5 minutes on the clock. 10 cookies off that tray. Seamus definitely. Gluten-free is really expensive, Opal. And our fuel is per liter, I think, liter over to gallon. So our fuel's $17 US. The difference though, Mork, is a little bit in taxes. So we pay tax on everything and we have taxes taken out of our check. Whereas from my understanding in the UK, you get your whole check and then you pay taxes based on point of use. So that causes differences. You guys also have more walkable cities than we do. So I am under the impression that a car is more of a luxury item there. I could be wrong. That will just give you pleasure. We don't want that. To see you and your province. You know, good question, Jazz. You love Snickerdoodles, but the glue and oh, Opal. Yeah, I mean, I have a 1-to-1 flour, but I don't know that you want to purchase 5 dozen Snickerdoodles. Where you'll pick up food on the way home, I recommend Wendy's because I'm biased. Let me get a bin. I need a Tupperware bin. For the remainder of the cookies. This one should do. Ugh, so warm out here. There's no air conditioning out here. Oh, that's the timer. That's the timer. Set that down. Pause that. One comes out, one goes in. And then we'll be 2 trays behind, and that's okay. Oh, jeez. Hot air. Much hot air. One comes out, one goes in. And we start the timer fresh. And I spin you guys again. Wah. It's under, yes, everything's under the taxes you pay. Oh, you're in Denmark. Okay, for some reason I thought you were in the UK, Mork. That 40% off of your paycheck is a lot. That's a lot. Ultimately, here in the US, we pay about 33% on our paycheck. However, caveat, each individual's portion is only like 15.5%, and then the business has to match that as part of their taxes. It's an employment tax. So as a self-employed person, I'm responsible for the full like 33% because I am the business, me. So taxes are complicated in the States. And then you need some sort of weird function to figure out the tax brackets and stuff. And again, this is why I pay a tax accountant, because I don't want to know all of this information at this point in my life. If I chose to become a tax accountant, sure. But unless that day comes, somebody else can be the professional, and I will just be like, here's a check, please do my taxes. Because yeah, end of the year taxes are rough. between state and federal taxes too, because we have our state government that we have to pay, and we have the federal government we have to pay. And they handle different things. Again, taxes are complicated. They make my brain hurt. You're from the UK. Okay, I'm not losing my mind. You moved over there. That makes a lot more sense. I've heard Denmark is beautiful though. You want like one cookie? Too expensive. Yeah, that's too expensive. Yeah. Just glad you don't have to also figure out health insurance. Yeah, I mean, they're trying sort of to make it easier, but they really just made it more complicated. Unfortunately. That's a whole mess. And it's terrible because Seamus is a veteran and he's in the VA system. And the VA is our form of government-run healthcare. And let me tell you what, I'll deal with insurance all day, every day before I have to deal with VA healthcare for myself. It is a shit show. And if that is the example my government is setting for healthcare, they need to do better. But the American government, the US government, is also the same government when it comes to financial matters that bankrupted a brothel. I don't know how you manage that. Cue the American government. So politicians, though they may be businessmen, they are not. Yeah, they are complicated on purpose. It feels like, oh, well, you're not kidding. Or imagine making things easy. Imagine, if only. We're gonna get like a few extra cookies on one more tray, and that's gonna be it. Where are we at on time? 4 minutes. Chatter always makes this go so much faster. I appreciate you guys for that. When I bake off stream, I just have music going real loud. And to that extent, I'm grateful that Seamus owns this building and we no longer have a downstairs tenant because I can play my music as loud as I want, provided Seamus is not sleeping, and bop around to it while I bake at whatever hour I happen to be baking at. Companies that prepare taxes for free lobby huge amount of. That's wild, Opal. I did not know that. I'm not surprised, but I did not know that. I've got like 3 cookies left. There is not much left in here. We got to take them off the tray. I got to take some off the tray so that I have a spot to put the remaining cookies. And when I get them done taking them off the tray, the timer's probably going to go off so we can put one of the last, what will be 3 trays, in the oven. We're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, hi, Smeagol. What time is it? Yeah, I guess you are due for your wet food, huh? It is due. It's time for your din-dins. You give me a second, okay? Let me swap trays. And let me set the timer, and then I will make sure you get your wet food. Because even though you have free-fed dry kibble, you're probably starving to death, huh? And if you ever need an alarm clock that will never be snoozed, get an animal and train them that a certain thing that they really love happens at a specific time, and they'll never let you forget. They'll never let you forget, and that can be your timer for as long as they're alive. He never lets us forget when it's time for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and his late night wets, because he only eats a quarter of a can at a time. He just won't finish it otherwise. So he never lets us forget. You got sidetracked? No worries. comic once with a cat calling kibble dry hate nuggets. Seems legit. Just gonna scoop these. The timer's gonna go off, and I don't want to be in the middle of doing his wet food routine when the timer goes off. I think, like, I think there's one more cookie in here. Yep, that's it. This one tray is gonna bake for 3 cookies. Now I'm gonna have to wash my hands anyways. I mean, could I probably scrape another cookie off the sides? Yes. Am I? No. Because I wanted that. Little wash so that when I touch them, it's not with a finger I just licked. Mike, are you getting ready to die? Is your battery low? Yes, I think your battery is low. Dismiss the timer. So I have a few things I need to do real fast. Okay, take these cookies out. These cookies go in. Oh, so warm. We start the timer. We're going to add to the count. It is on brand for Cat's Opal. House survived multiple severe storms this summer with no outages. Brief little mini storm and the power flickers and goes off. Already reported. Oh, Red Wing. Ain't that the way? All right, give me a second. I need to switch my mic, and then I have to get him his wet food. Okay, you should be able to hear me again. Beautiful. Wet food. Got 6 minutes on the clock. Get this water heating to run off. You need a fresh can, baby boy. I know you're so excited. You're so excited, Smeagol. It's dinner time for the little boy. Yeah, you're gonna start crying at me out of anticipation. All right, let's get it on the mat. Yeah, go on. Ugh. Whoop. That just fell right out of there, didn't it? Get the rest of that little corner. There you go. There you go, Smeagol. Lid on it, and the rest goes in the fridge for later. And now he won't bother me about the fact that he's starving to death because he, you know, has no food, clearly. 5.5 minutes. Every cat everywhere activated by the sound of a can opening. Pretty much. You're welcome. Gotta get off the phone to... Yeah, absolutely, Red Wing. Thank you for being here, and stay safe. I know you said it's a minor storm, but stay safe. You know? As long as I don't lick my fingers. I can have the rest of the raw cookie dough. Delicious. This goes in the sink so that it can fill with water. And everything can soak, so it's not just dried cookie crust. Again, nobody wants that. Let us... No, I gotta get cookies into bin. And then we can take cookies off the tray. Whoop. That's good. It's filled. Yeah, because whoever ends up doing the dishes tomorrow, which is basically when Seamus or I decide which one of us has enough energy to do the dishes tomorrow or tonight. No, we don't want to have to be doing a super scrub to try and get cookie dough off of the edge of the pan. That's no fun. That is absolutely no fun. Get these over here to cool. These are ones that are definitely staying behind for the most part, because when you get to the end of the bowl for chocolate chip, I find that there's not quite as many chocolate chips down there. So the ones I give away to other people, I like them to have more chocolate chips than what I'm willing to eat on my own, because I baked them. I expect this. Man, I'm so proud of myself for noticing that my mic was trying to die and not ending up with a whole segment of silence because I missed it. That's happened many a time. Many a time. Where are we at? 2.5 minutes. So we can spin. We can spin. And I can have more water. Getting there. We're getting there. Almost have it all done. And yeah, it is about the right time for the mic to try and die. We're coming up on 5 hours, so that is usually its limit. The DJI mic is said to have a 15-hour battery life, and let me tell you what, I've never gotten more than 5 out of them. So I don't know if I got a lemon of a product or if they were talking combined battery life between the transceiver and the two mics. The transceiver usually goes longer. It's just the mics that don't. Usually. Pray that we don't lose the transceiver. I have not yet. I should. You're right. Stop the raids for an hour. Good call, Seamus. Because yeah, we're getting close to that point where at 8 minutes a tray, we've got 16 minutes here. 17.5 minutes. So, and it may be a case of I take the last tray out and then we'll go and look to see where we're heading. Actually, I already know where we're heading because somebody is celebrating their partnerversary. And friends and teammates raid friends and teammates when they're celebrating things. So, the destination has been decided. Usually I try to raid somebody else who's also baking and stuff, but we have to go party. We have to. That's like required. It's required. And for the most part, the internet has behaved. We dropped 1,275 frames, so that's not bad. That's not bad at all. I'll take it. 30 seconds on the clock. You know, they've been cooking so well, I can just get the next tray in. One goes out, one goes in. I swear as the oven is on for longer, it like gains heat. That's what it feels like anyways. That's what it feels like anyways. Oh my God, I've missed this, you guys. We haven't baked together on stream in so long. In so long. And we just crossed 200 cookies. Let's go. Just a cool 200. We'll get 205 total. So what's that? Between the Snickerdoodles and the chocolate chip. 205 minus 58 is 147 chocolate chip. Divided by 12 is, 12 and a quarter dozen, which is right where I said we would be. I said we were probably gonna get 11 to 12 dozen cookies out of the chocolate chip. So, man, I know my recipes. It is so many cookies. I am practicing for Christmas, Wazo. You're not wrong. Because on a day for Christmas cookies, that is one type of cookie. I do, though, because mine and Seamus's financial situation has shifted, I have to really go over my cookie list with a fine-tooth comb and determine how far I can afford and how many I can afford to ship this year. So I have a feeling we're gonna have less Christmas cookies to bake this year, simply because I may not be able to afford the shipping everywhere that I want to. So maybe we'll only clock in around 1,000 cookies for Christmas, not counting the Awans. There is no counting the Awans. We just make a mountain. Like, quite literally, if you've never been here for baking streams before this, or if you weren't here specifically for last year when we made the Awans for the first time, the oven that you've seen, that stove, we just pile the Awans on it, and they go in 2 massive buckets to be given out from. Awans are amazing. They are a deep fried cookie with powdered sugar on them. They're delightful. Half a batch makes half a bushel, which is a barrel. A barrel of like, a barrel is a bushel, basically. It's a lot. It's a lot of cookies. We make a mountain. They were everywhere, right, Wazo? They were. It was great. I had a lot of fun with them. But they were everywhere. It was Awans for days. And my sister, that's the only time my sister's ever been physically in person on stream, and you guys had a blast with it. And I should still try. She's starting another new job, so she's typically always working 2 jobs, but she had to leave one, and now she's picking up her new second job. So I don't know what her schedule looks like, but we didn't get to do the Easter cookies. We didn't get to do the pizzelles together because everybody was sick for Easter. Like, pretty much myself and Seamus were the only 2 that were getting over something instead of coming down with something. So we just all unanimously agreed that Easter was kiboshed and we weren't doing an Easter gathering. So we didn't make the pizzelles, and my sister has never made them before, and I promised to teach her how to make them since she got a pizzelle maker last year for Christmas. So I really should contact her, and we should do out-of-season pizzelles together, and I can have her come over, and everybody can learn together about pizzelles. I've made them once before on stream for Easter, not last year, but the year before, and it was one of those streams that went late into the night, and by the time I was done, I was just ready to be done. Because I had made pie before it, and I love eating pie. I don't really love making pie, but I'm particular about my pie, so I make the pie. Because if you want pie done a certain way, you have to make it yourself, and I'm fussy about the crust. I'm very fussy about the crust. So I make it myself. And to save people some money, because we have a local bakery that they were buying the pies at, and I didn't care for the crust on them, I tell them all the time, I'm like, I will handle literally all of the pie. You just tell me what you want, how many you want, and if there's any specific requests for flavors, and I will handle all of it. Because if I'm like, oh my gosh, when we do family dinners, I just tell them right off the get-go, I may not be bringing a savory item, but I will handle the entirety of dessert. Nobody else has to worry about it. Just let me know if there's special requests. So for this past Thanksgiving, I made like a dozen cupcakes because Transceiver might be running out of battery too. The transceiver is running out of battery too. There is alerts that make noise. It's just a matter, yes, I'm glad I saw it. So you lost a little bit. Going to just use this spoon, and we're just going to drizzle caramel all over this baby.
Save often, regret less. That's the motto, friends. Save often, regret less.
You know, I just blew your face clean off, so you better stay dead. So I really don't want to navigate this place in the pitch black. No! Okay. Congratulations, it's desktop Sam. The transceiver apparently also didn't have enough charge to it, and thus it died. So even though the mic was okay, the transceiver was not, and therefore you couldn't hear me. Enjoy your jambalaya, bubbly. So we made it with 205 cookies. We made it with 205 cookies. My feet are dead. It did last a long while. It really did. And I am grateful to it. I'm grateful to it because, holy moly, it could definitely be worse. Let me reset the zoom on the chat so that I can make it small again. And I can see how long I have. Okay, yeah, we've got a little bit of time. We got a little bit of time. I have to, in order to do baking streams, I have this really wacky setup where I'm remote desktoping. Collect, hello! You did make it back in time to say hi, you did. So I'm remote desktoping from my desktop out to my laptop, and my laptop obviously has like a much smaller screen, so I have to zoom in on the text on chat so that I can see you from a distance. But when I get back to my desktop, and I have everything shuffled around so that I can see it all on one screen, I don't have my second monitor available on my laptop, I have to adjust things so that I can see what I'm doing again. So I can see what I'm doing again. Oh, I hope you guys really enjoyed that. I am excited for cookies. I'm really excited for the chocolate chip cookies. Like really, really excited for the chocolate chip cookies. They're gonna be so good. They're gonna be so good. I cannot explain to you just how good these cookies are gonna be because I want them. Because I want them. We are going to be going to see Epic Tight Pants. Epic is presently playing Peak. It is her 4-year partnerversary, so we are going into a celebration. It's gonna be good times. She's going for 12 hours and she's only 5 hours in, so you know, we're getting in there in like the halfway point. I have 4.5 minutes before I need to take cookies out of the oven, so rather than having to like leave here and go do that, let's get this raid started. If you're not already, that is the Discord. It has my cookie recipes. It's where I make sure I announce if there's any changes, if I've made an oops, like forgetting to charge the tablet that runs the camera for baking streams and I need a little bit more time, you know, things like that. Socials, if you're interested, always appreciate you giving a little bit of a like or comment on the socials to help out. I appreciate it. You don't have to, but it's always nice. You as well, Mork. I know it's late there, so thank you for popping in. Thank you again to our beautiful raiders, Light Wraith and Flux. Definitely give them a look-see. First raid message is if you are subscribed. Second one with the hearts is if you are not. You guys, thank you so much for being here. Whether you lurked, chatted, followed, rated, subscribed, resubscribed, dropped bits, fed treats to the cats, like however you were here, however you chose to support, you did, and I really appreciate that. And we are going to bring all of this energy on over to Epic Tight Pants. I will be back tomorrow with Plate Up because we have a fajita restaurant to get back to. I believe it's called Fajita D's Nuts because that's what you guys wanted. And in the meantime, make sure you take a moment to practice some self-care. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that you love you because you matter, friends. Thank you again. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. Bye.